Order, please. We'll begin with the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions, presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, visiting us today in your Speaker's Gallery is Tom Wallace. And there is a last name that evokes a battle cry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Wallace is president of the Federation for Scottish Culture in Nova Scotia, and Gail McIntyre is with him. She is the Federation's vice president. I would ask everyone to extend them a round of applause.
We welcome you and all visitors to the gallery today and enjoy your stay with us. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Federation for Scottish Culture in Nova Scotia encourages people to learn more about culture and identity in Nova Scotia. Those who value music, culture, Gaelic language, and fellowship are invited to join as a member of the Federation. I thank them for being with us today. Mr. Speaker, whereas Tartan Day was chosen to be held today on April 6th by its Nova Scotian founder, Jean Watson, in tribute to the Declaration of Arbroath, which was made on the same date in 1320. And where Scottish Gaels created, through their cultural practice, a process of weaving material from wool, upon which they dyed patterns, referred to as brecon, tartan. And through their Gaelic language give us the terms Amfélag Mór, the great kilt, Amfélag Bec, the little kilt, and Félag Brecon, belted plaid. And through their Bardach, Gaelic poetry, they praised the wearing of tartan as a badge of identity. And whereas tartan was once banned as one of many measures designed to break up Gaelic society and life, which became part of the immigration story for many Nova Scotian families. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly recognized Wa of Reckon as a day to celebrate the traditional dress of Scottish Gaels and to better understand why tartan remains an important badge of identity for Scottish Gaels. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. I think it was only fitting that the member from Inverness was the one that read that, because the Gaelic words, I think no one else could handle them. We could try and destroy them. So, the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Logan Boulet's decisions to be an organ donor and make his wishes known to his parents just prior to his tragic passing in the Humboldt Broncos bus crash in April 2018 inspired almost 150,000 Canadians across the country to register as donors. And whereas more than 4,300 people in Canada are waiting for an organ transplant and an average of 250 people die waiting, and one organ donor can save up to 8 lives. And whereas April 7th, Green Shirt Day, raises awareness for organ and tissue donation, encourages all Canadians to talk with their loved ones about their wishes, and honors Humboldt Broncos Logan Boulet's legacy and the victims and families of that fatal crash. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize the importance of organ and tissue donation, encourage all Nova Scotians to express their wishes, and honour the legacy of Logan Boulet and the victims and families of the crash. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Visiting us today in your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, I am honoured to introduce some very special guests. With us today are 3 Ukrainian students who came to Nova Scotia with my tax internships and who are studying at Dalhousie. Katerina Rodenko, Artem Kachidri, and Yaraina Tilchuk. Mr. Speaker, these individuals brought an exhibit to St. Mary's University called Unissued Diplomas, which honors the memory of Ukrainian students who will never graduate. Because their lives were taken by the Russian invasion. Here in Canada, it's hard to grasp these atrocities. But it's important that we hear these stories to remind us that freedom cannot be taken for granted. And we must honor the memories of these students. For these students in the gallery to be here, continuing their studies and bringing us these important stories shows incredible courage and resolve. I ask them to please rise and accept the warm welcome of this House.
Indeed, a very warm welcome to the three of you, and enjoy your stay at Province House. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the people of Ukraine are demonstrating profound courage and resilience in their fight for freedom against the unjust Russian invasion. And whereas 3 Ukrainian students who came to Nova Scotia with my tax internships, Katerina Rodenko, Artem Kachidri, Yaraina Tilchuk, brought an exhibit to St. Mary's University called Unissued Diplomas, which tells the stories of 36 Ukrainian students who have been killed by Russia's invasion. And whereas the creation of this exhibit and its displaying in Halifax helps tell the story of the true cost of freedom, the atrocities being committed by Russia, and the identity of culture of Ukraine, therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature remember these 36 Ukrainians with unissued diplomas, their families, friends, and communities, and thank the 3 students who brought this display to Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas St. Peter's Fish Hatchery is a long-time employer in Cape Breton, a training ground for aquaculture technicians, and has had a key role in the development of Nova Scotia's aquaculture industry. And whereas Bobby Cotton of St. Peter's is a pioneer in fish farming in Canada, has been involved with the local hatchery since 1988, and has held various roles at the facility over the years, including being a business partner and manager. And whereas Bobby was instrumental in expanding the hatchery into saltwater grow-out in the Bredor Lakes, and he has supported sector growth by being active in the Aquaculture Association of Nova Scotia and has been part of many research and development projects. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in recognizing Bobby Cotton for his 35-plus years of significant contributions to the aquaculture industry and wish him well in his recent retirement. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before my colleague introduces a bill, I'd like to make an introduction to the House. In the West Gallery, we are joined by Kathy McNaughton, advocate from Westville, Nova Scotia, who worked with Minister Sean Fraser to federally entrench legislation for 26-week serious illness leave in honor of her late partner, David, who braved a courageous battle with cancer. We are also joined by members of the Canadian Cancer Society, Heather Mulligan, Manager of Advocacy of the Canadian Cancer Society, and her son Jack, who has joined her today. We are also joined by Kelly Wilson-Call, Director of Advocacy for the Canadian Cancer Society, who is also here with her children, Spencer and Nora. I'd like all members of the House to join me in welcoming them for their work. Welcome to the House and thanking them for their work to ensure that we have 26-week serious illness leave here in Nova Scotia as well. Thank you so much.
Once again, we welcome all visitors to the gallery today and hope you enjoy your stay. Introduction of bills. The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989 of the Labour Standards Code respecting serious illness leaves of absence.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labour Standards Code, respecting serious illness leaves of absence.
Bill 306, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labour Standards Code, respecting serious illness leaves of absence.
Order that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide Access to Health Care Records. Thank you.
The honourable member for Annapolis begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide Access to Health Care Records.
Bill 307, an act to provide access to health care records.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Bill 308, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Create a Provincial Agriculture Growth Strategy.
The honourable member for King South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Create a Provincial Agriculture Growth Strategy.
Bill 310, an act to create a provincial agriculture growth strategy.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 475 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Trade Union Act.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 475 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Trade Union Act.
And just a quick correction, the last bill was actually Bill 309, and this is Bill 310, an act to amend Chapter 475 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Trade Union Act.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas this government put forward a resolution that would restrict the member of Cumberland North from representing her constituents, Whereas this is an undemocratic abuse of power and no elected member should be subject to such treatment while doing what they're elected to do. And whereas the government would be setting a dangerous precedent by using a majority to censor an elected member of this House, therefore be it resolved that Resolution 598 be struck from the orders of the day. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. I hear several noes. The motion is tabled. The honourable member for Halifax-Chiboucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas spouses of veterans who marry after the age of 60 are not entitled to the automatic survivor pensions under the Canadian Forces Superannuation Act, which are available to the spouses of veterans who marry prior to the age of 60, despite the fact that the federal Liberals promised to eliminate the clause which enables this inequity, Section 31(1) of the Canadian Forces Superannuation Act, and despite the fact that instructions to this effect were included in the 2015 and 2017 mandate letters to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. And whereas the Royal Canadian Legion, the National Council of Veterans Association, the Armed Forces Pensioners Annuitants Association of Canada have all called for the elimination of the clause, which disproportionately affects a province such as Nova Scotia with a large veteran population. And whereas the House of Commons Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs has recently examined this issue and recommended the federal government repeal the clause in light of its sexist character and its additional inappropriateness in a time when veterans are living much longer than was the case over a century ago when the over 60 exclusionary policy was first established. And whereas the clause discriminates most particularly against senior women and pushes them into a life of poverty when their partners pass away without being able to leave them provided for with survivor pension benefits. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly refers to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs for its consideration the issue of survivor retirement pension benefits marriage after 60 and instructs the committee to provide recommendations to the minister responsible for military relations on how the government of Nova Scotia can most constructively align itself with the recent initiative of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs on this issue of such significance to veterans and their families in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. I hear several noes. The motion is tabled. Statements by members. The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, before I read my member statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, visiting us today in your gallery, the Speaker's gallery, is the Anglican Diocese Bishop, the Right Reverend Sandra Fife. Bishop Fife was rector of the parish of Horton St. John Church in Wolfville, where she has served since 2009. A graduate of Queen's Theological College, St. John's, Newfoundland, with a Master's of Divinity. She was ordained deacon in 2000 and priest in 2001. She has served as the curate of St. Thomas Church, St. John's, Newfoundland, rector at Christ Church, Shelburne, and priest in charge of the parishes of St. James Church, Kentville, and Lockport, Barrington. She was the Archdeacon of the South Shore region until 2009 and Archdeacon of the Valley region until 2017. The Right Reverend Sandra Fife was elected on September 12, 2020. Bishop Fife was consecrated and installed as the 17th Bishop of the Diocese of Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island on November 30th, 2020. And it is a particular pleasure for me to introduce Reverend Fife due to the long family connection that my family and her family have through Lewisport, Newfoundland. So I ask her to rise and accept the warm welcome of the House.
Once again, we welcome you and all visitors to the House today. The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend Christians around the world will celebrate Easter. The resurrection represents Christ's victory over death and promise of eternal life for those who follow him. At this time of hope and optimism, renewal and salvation, Christians seek to follow Christ's example of love and sacrifice. As Holy Week comes to an end, I know that Right Reverend Sandra Fife will be ministering to congregants and celebrating this most important time in the Christian calendar. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask all members of this House to join me in sending warm wishes for a joyful and blessed Easter to all who celebrate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Mr. Speaker, before I read my member statement, I'd like to make an introduction.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce the House today to Matthew Welsh, Shay Damali, Justin McPherson, and Andrew Coxseed. If you could please rise and accept the warm welcome of the House. These are students at St. Mary's University who are making headlines with their incredible talents both on and off the ice, Mr. Speaker. I'm so happy they could make it here during exam period, no less, to be here for this member statement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize our incredible student athletes in Nova Scotia. We are fortunate that Nova Scotia universities continue to attract some of the brightest minds and talented athletes in the country and the world. Student athletes balance rigorous training schedules, academics, and many hold part-time jobs, Mr. Speaker. Athletics play a key role in the university experience, and the athletes are at the center of school pride and spirit, Mr. Speaker. This past winter, we had athletes from St. Mary's University and St. Francis Xavier University represent our province on the world stage at the 2023 FISU Games. It is safe to say, Mr. Speaker, that they represented us well. While there was teams from over 50 different countries, our athletes from men's and women's hockey won first place and received gold medals, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the Nova Scotia students on Team Canada, Matthew Welsh, Andrew Coxseed, Justin McPherson, Liam Haywell, Maggie Burbage, Matthew Struthers, Leah McLeod, and Shay Damali. I want to invite the rest of the House to join me in celebrating these athletes for their outstanding achievement, both on and off the ice. Thank you for bringing home the gold to our province. We're also very proud of you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the beginning of Passover last night. Jewish communities around our province and around the world gathered around the Seder table to celebrate the festival of freedom and perseverance, as many will again tonight. Passover, or Pesach, commemorates the biblical story of Moses and the Israelites' exodus from Egypt and their journey to freedom. We tell this story, the Haggadah, so that we remember and so that our children remember both the hardship and the liberation. In 2023, we see a rise of anti-Semitism globally and at home, alongside a broader rise of hate and intolerance. As legislators, we must take seriously our responsibility here in the House and in the communities we represent to stand against prejudice, hatred, intolerance, and exclusion. I want to thank the President of the Atlantic Jewish Council, Anik Drucker, and members Roni Amesi, Joanna Miski-Wexler, Naomi Besser, and Aviva Rubin-Schneider for joining us yesterday to mark this important holiday. I ask all members of the House to join me in wishing a happy Passover to all those observing. Chag Sameach.
The honourable member for Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of World Health Day tomorrow, I rise to celebrate the remarkable advances that have been made in improving health care worldwide. And there's a lot of work being done right here in Nova Scotia. Our government's goal is more health care faster, and we are making great strides in that direction, from health care clinics at community pharmacies to expanded services such as dialysis and eye surgeries opening at the new medical school at CBU. This year's World Health theme is Health for All, which emphasizes the need to address health inequities and ensure that everyone has access to health care they need. Equal access to health care is paramount for a health care system. There's improved care for gender-diverse residents, invested in training for Black, African, Nova Scotian social workers, and started a new practical nursing program to train 30 new students each year. Mr. Speaker, on this World Health Day, I invite all members of this House to join me in celebrating healthcare advancements that are ongoing right here at home and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding athlete, student, volunteer, community member, advocate, and all-around great guy. Joining us here today, as our leader mentioned, is Matthew Welsh. Matt was always a student to watch. He has a drive to succeed in just about every facet of life. He's passionate. He's a passionate hockey player, bringing his heart and soul to every game. He plays for St. Mary's, but recently traveled with Team Canada University to the FISU, where they won gold against an international roster of teams. Matthew's accomplishments span off the ice as well. He volunteers with Hockey Gives Blood, an initiative to raise awareness surrounding the importance of donating blood. Because of his efforts, he was recognized as the Student Athlete Community Service Award winner for the 2021-22 year. This award is given to the player who best represents the spirit of intercollegiate hockey by his leadership both on and off the ice and by his conduct throughout the season. Matt is a wonderful young man. I've been so lucky to watch him grow up. We have shared some awesome chats in the backyard, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he does in the future and looking forward to more country music and campfires in the backyard this summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Joining us in the gallery today is Michelle Rivoire and Devan Tamaratnam from the John W. Lindsay YMCA, the new Halifax Y here in Halifax Citadel, Sable Island. I'd ask them to rise and accept the warm welcome of the House.
Once again, we welcome all visitors to the gallery today. The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, everyone in this chamber can agree that finding a good, accessible space for events is paramount to successful community outreach. It's also important to have an ally at these spaces to make sure your event runs without a hitch. For my office, that ally is Michelle Rivoire, General Manager of the John W. Lindsay YMCA. Michelle's hospitality and professionalism shows every step of the way whenever we need a bright, accessible space to connect with community members. Her skills also translate to excellent service from all of the Y staff, from facilities to the front desk. Michelle is the perfect example of leading by example. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues in the House join me in recognizing Michelle's hard work to make the John W. Lindsay YMCA a welcoming space for all and a community cornerstone in Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
The Honourable Member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise today to recognize this week of prayer and reflection, this Holy Week for Christians all over the world. Holy Week is a spiritual journey that began this past Sunday, Palm Sunday, when Jesus' final entry into Jerusalem is remembered, and moves on to Holy Thursday, Maundy Thursday for a lot of people today, where it is believed Jesus celebrated his Last Supper and instituted communion for the Christian Church. Good Friday is a period of solemn reflection on the passion, crucifixion, and death of Jesus. The week then culminates in joyous celebration on Easter Sunday, when the resurrection of Jesus is recognized and Christians all over proclaim, "He is risen." Mr. Speaker, I would ask all members of this House to join me in wishing all Nova Scotians a blessed Holy Week and a joyous, happy Easter, and may the hope that this weekend symbolizes ring in the hearts of all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kings South on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to direct the House to the West Gallery, where we are joined by Margaret Schlier-Stahl. Margaret is recently moved here from Ontario. She ran for the Liberals in a southwestern Ontario seat, and it's her first visit to the House, and I can relay to her, her first impression was that the pictures on the wall downstairs did not have a woman, and she felt that that should change, and she might just apply for the job. I'd ask her to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Once again, we welcome visitors, and you may be sorry that you're even thinking of something like that in this place. The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Daniel Burke of East Dover. After a long career in residential construction, Daniel and his partner established a local business called Blueprint Construction in 2016. The business partners started by recruiting staff they knew and worked well with on previous projects. The early years of Daniel's business consisted of large-scale renovations and building new homes. Their work soon transitioned to mostly new architectural homes, many of which are passive homes. Daniel has worked with the region's leading architects and has designed Blueprint Construction to fill the gap required by homeowners and architects who are searching for high performance, expect fine craftsmanship, and who insist on a level of communication that is hard to come by in the industry. Daniel and his team pursue projects that require a high level of sophistication, skill, and managed execution. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Daniel for his entrepreneurial spirit and for following his dream to create dream homes for people in his community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chiboucto.
Thank you. A special congratulations is due to the organizers and volunteers of the Halifax Canada Games venue operations team on the success of the long track speed skating events that were held in February at the Oval. The logistics of carrying out events for a single sport in an entirely different province from the main Canada Games were certainly considerable. 80 speed skaters out of the 3,600 overall athletes at the Winter Games moved to Halifax between the opening and closing ceremonies on the island with a separate athletes' village, an outdoor temperature-sensitive venue with a separate operational infrastructure, etc. And yet the events, the 500-meter, the 1,500, 3,000, and team pursuit, all went off without a hitch. Speed skating's fans who came out for the long track events at the Oval found lots to take in and cheer about, and Nova Scotia owes its appreciation to the network of volunteers who did such an outstanding job to bring it off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise today to recognize the founding of the Cumberland County Community Fund Society. The Society was recently registered under the Societies Act of Nova Scotia and is set to sign an agreement with the Communities Foundation of Nova Scotia. In Cumberland County, we are fortunate to have the Christy Smith Community Fund as administered by the Dr. and Mrs. H.E. Christie Community Foundation. Over the years, they have provided thousands of dollars to local groups to support a wide variety of projects and programs that benefit our community. Thanks to two very generous benefactors, the Christie Smith Group has financial backing that will support their work into the future. While the Christie Foundation and Christie Smith Fund do excellent work, they are not what is defined as a community foundation, primarily because they don't have the ability to accept new funding. For that reason, a group of local individuals set about to establish a community fund. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the founding members of the Cumberland Community Fund Society, Morris Hogg, Jamie Goodwin, Denise Leahy, Thomas McLaren, Denise Smith, Mark Carter, Charles Ellis, and Lisa Emery. I want to thank them for this new initiative and their commitment to Cumberland County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, as you may have noticed by looking around the legislature, today is Tartan Day. I rise to celebrate the rich Scottish heritage that has helped shape our province, Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia has a deep connection to Scotland, from our province's name to our flag to having the second largest number of Gaelic speakers in the world, to the many Scottish festivals and events that are held throughout the province. Tartan Day is a reminder of the many contributions that the Scottish immigrants have made to our province. Their hard work and determination have helped to build the communities we now love and live in. From the coal mines of Cape Breton and Pictou County to the shipyards of Halifax, Scottish Nova Scotians have played a vital role in our province's growth and development. Let us remember the deep culture ties that bind us to Scotland. The bagpipes, the kilts, and the tartans are all part of our shared heritage. Today we celebrate that heritage and contributions of Scottish Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join us in paying tribute to those celebrating their Scottish heritage and to the deep and lasting bond that we share. Happy Tartan Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kathy McNaughton of Westville. Kathy is a tireless advocate and the Nova Scotian behind Canada's largest expansion to the EI sickness benefit in recent decades. In 2014, Kathy's partner, David Fraser, learned he had esophageal cancer on his 50th birthday. David was a skilled carpenter and he took a great deal of pride in providing a life for his family. So when he was no longer able to work and his benefits ended, his cancer journey was filled with worry about how his family would make ends meet and pay their bills. Before he passed, Kathy promised David she would fight to have his life remembered by changing access to the EI sickness benefit so no one else would go through what he did. This was the start of David's cause. After many years of advocacy and with the leadership of the Canadian Cancer Society and the support of her MP, Sean Fraser, Kathy's promise was realized last fall when the federal government expanded the EI sickness benefit to 26 weeks, the first time since the 1970s the benefit had been changed. Kathy knows her partner David would be proud of her, and we are too. Mr. Speaker, I think all members of this House and all Nova Scotians owe Kathy a debt of gratitude, and we thank her for her tenacity and dedication.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Mrs. Wanda Lewis, the recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee Medal, which was presented in December 2022 in Halifax Needham. Mrs. Lewis has dedicated her life to education and community. When she was a school teacher at Joseph Howe, she always was a caring and loving person to her students, whom she called her children. I was extremely honored to present this medal to her, as she has helped to raise so many of us in our community. Whether it was a parent of the children's choir at church, a leader of the CGIT, or just being Mrs. Lewis, her loving and caring nature was what some of us kids needed to get us through. I would like all members to join me in congratulating Mrs. Wanda Lewis for her long-standing and continued work in education and community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the events of Holy Week. This weekend is considered to be the lifeline of the Christian faith. God came in human form, Jesus, to show us how to live in relationship with God and also with each other. On Good Friday, Jesus took our misdeeds upon himself so that we can move on without being burdened. It's like starting all over fresh. On Easter Sunday, Jesus rose from the grave, showing us that even death is conquered, that out of the ashes of our failures and death, rebirth is there for all of us. Our lives go down many roads, some of them safe and good, and some of them dangerous and not so good. But what God did for us on Good Friday and Easter allows us the opportunity to change direction if we so choose. Be assured that we can find rebirth in our lives now and also when we die. Mr. Speaker, Easter is a time to reflect and to celebrate what God has put in place for us. So God bless all of you this weekend.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place today to recognize someone that you know very well, and many of the Cape Bretoners know, and many people who are involved with the game of hockey, and that is Blair Joseph from Sydney, affectionately known as Bearcat to many folks who know him. Blair has had a long history in hockey in our community, not only as a player but as a coach, coming from a very large family of hockey players in the Josephs. Blair has been an inspiration and a mentor to thousands of kids in our community that he coached, whether he coached them in minor hockey, whether he coached them at the junior level, at the university level, and also with the Eagles. Blair is he's loved by our community, and Blair is into a big battle right now. And Blair has been recognized nationally. He's been recognized on Hockey Night in Canada for his contribution to the game. Blair is in a fight. But he's a fighter. He's a former boxer before he was a hockey player. But as I said, he meant the world to me as a kid. He played hockey with my uncle that I never met with the Cape Breton Post Bombers, and told me some of the greatest stories about an uncle that I never knew. So I rise in my place today to recognize my friend and recognize someone that we all love, and to remind him that his entire community is behind him. And I want to encourage him to keep fighting. He's been a fighter his entire life, and he has his whole community behind him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, during January 27th, the Office of African Nova Scotian Affairs, in partnership with the Glace Bay UNIA Hall, hosted the 15th Annual African Heritage Month Proclamation. Organized in Cape Breton by Chantel Reed Demeter and Lillian Marsman, both with ANSA, the Cape Breton Proclamation is always led by African Nova Scotian youth who are the future. And Mr. Speaker, I love attending this event every year. The proclamation was emceed by Sydney Academy student Jackson McDonald. Sisters Hunter and Kenya Eswick sang the Black National Anthem. Kiana McDonald wowed the room with this poem that she read entitled Diversity, Mr. Speaker. There was also a potent libation and African drumming ceremony conducted by the drummers from home. We called upon a senior and respected elder in our community, Miss Sarah Hayward. When the official business was finished, we had a taste of culture, which was catered and served by another outstanding African Nova Scotian youth, Riley Houlihan. Mr. Speaker, it was beautiful, and I thank everyone for organizing and for all those participating. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hants West. The honourable member for Hants West.
Mr. Speaker, on April 7th, World Health Day will observe its 75th birthday, and I rise today to commend the consistent effort and determination of nurse practitioner Dawn Lowe. Dawn played a key part in the establishment of Hansport Collaborative Practice, which opened its doors in July of 2008 with Dr. Iona Weil as the physician and Dawn as the registered nurse. She later furthered her education and role in the practice to become a nurse practitioner. Since opening its doors in 2008, the practice has undergone many changes. Dawn faced each new hurdle with a positive attitude and often takes on a heavier workload outside her paid workday. I can quote her husband in the community in saying she cares more about her patients than she does for her income. Dawn is a compassionate, caring, and kind human being. She is a prime example of the type of person we need working on the front lines in our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking Dawn Lowe for all that she does for her patients and for a job well done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for King South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that King South is home to one of the most accomplished town criers in North America, reaching this year the remarkable milestone of 45 years serving the Annapolis Valley. In 1978, Lloyd Smith, a resident of Wolfville, was unexpectedly entered into a town crier competition in Windsor with no prior experience. Despite this, he took on the role with great enthusiasm and has been serving as town crier ever since. His signature call of "Oyez, oyez, oyez" is a proud tradition that he delivers with his booming voice and which is sure to capture your attention. For 45 years, Lloyd has fulfilled many important duties, from local parades and celebrations to representing our community during an ambassadorial visit to Bermuda in 1983, and as an ambassador tour and competition in Jever, West Germany. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislative Assembly to join me in congratulating Lloyd Smith on his 45 years as town crier in the Valley and thank him for keeping this important tradition alive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, several years ago, when we debated a bill in this House on Cancer Survivors Day, I spoke about my sister-in-law, Tanya LeBlanc, who was a survivor of more than 20 years. Last July, Tanya was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, and she died on December 11th. In the months between her diagnosis and death, Tanya lived her life to the fullest. She enjoyed the summer visiting with countless friends and relatives. She went to Montreal with her besties for a fun weekend trip. She celebrated her 50th birthday with a wonderful Hawaii-themed party. And a bunch of us went to Toronto for Christmas craft fairs together where she got to visit with her precious nieces who lived in Ontario. And most of all, she spent as much time as she could with my brother Doug and her beloved boys Ben, Gabe, and Malachi, and her mom Glenda. Words can't describe the feelings of gratitude for her life or the feelings of grief that she is gone, so I'll just say she is deeply missed. But I want to take a moment to thank all of those who work to eradicate cancer and to everyone who supports those who live with it and who die with it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Mr. Speaker, before I read my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
No, you're not allowed. Yes, by all means.
I've been told no many times in my life. Mr. Speaker, joining us today in your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, are my two daughters, Robin and Kennedy White. I'll try to get through this. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, Kennedy lives with us at home. She's starting her education degree in May. She's very much a hero in our family, just for the way she looks after my dad in a nursing home, looks after him well. Robin is a pharmacist, and just this December she started a new position as a pharmacy manager here in Halifax. And within the first days of working, someone came in and told them that there was somebody overdosed in the backyard, in the alley behind the store. And Robin went out and found the person unresponsive, administered naloxone, and started chest compressions and got the girl back to life until the paramedics showed up and looked after her. So, Mr. Speaker, on a positive note, on behalf of Bob and Tracy LeBlanc of Yarmouth, my wife Junie and I, all right, it gives us great pleasure to announce the engagement of Bob and Tracy's son, Riley LeBlanc, to our daughter, Robin White. Robin and Riley make a beautiful couple, each complement the other, and Now, I know they have beautiful children, Mr. Speaker, but they tell us that all we're getting is a fur grandbaby, which is Finley. He's a beautiful dog, but Riley, come on, Robin. Junie and I were blessed with two beautiful girls, Robin and Kennedy, and we're extremely thankful. However, I always wonder what we'd like to have a son. Now, Riley is absolutely filling that void for us, and we love him already like our own. We're proud of their accomplishments. He's smart, thoughtful, very, very thankful for him, but most importantly, he loves Robin. I know they have a love that will grow because I see the way they look at each other. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the legislature to join us in wishing the best to Robin and Riley. Congratulations to both.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
That was a wonderful introduction, John. I'm grateful sometimes to have this space and acknowledge those who make us to be here. So thank you, John. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize Amy O'Neill of O'Neill Flute Studio. With almost 30 years of experience as a private instructor, Amy O'Neill is an active member of Nova Scotia Registered Music Teachers Association. She has been performing across North America and Europe as a classical and traditional Irish flutist. Amy now uses all that experience to teach children and adults and shares her joy of music with the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Dr. Rohini Banerjee is joining us today in the West Gallery. Dr. Banerjee is Associate Vice President, Diversity Excellence, and Professor at St. Mary's University. I invite her to rise and accept the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Monsieur le Président, l'enseignement de la langue française est un des éléments les plus importants dans notre système éducatif. Les éducateurs qui nous enseignent cette langue sont également importants. Donc, aujourd'hui, je veux donner mes meilleurs remerciements au Dr. Rohini Banerjee. La Dr. Banerjee est professeure de langue et littérature française à l'Université St. Mary's. En tant que quelqu'un qui a appris la langue française comme langue seconde, elle engage ses étudiants chaque jour et leur apprend son amour et sa passion pour la langue et la culture francophone. Elle enseigne aussi le sous-cours de littérature francophone de l'Océan Indien à l'est de Montréal. Je demande à mes collègues leur reconnaissance et de la dédication de Dr. Banerjee dans le monde académique et francophone et son enseignement extraordinaire. Mr. Speaker, French language instruction is one of the most important parts of our education system. The educators who teach the language are equally important. So today, I'd like to give my warmest thanks to Dr. Rohini Banerjee. She is Professor of French Language and Literature at St. Mary's University in my constituency. Dr. Banerjee learned French as a second language. She engages her students and teaches them her love and passion for French language and culture. She also teaches the only course east of Montreal on French literature of the Indian Ocean. I ask my colleagues to recognize Dr. Banerjee's dedication in the academic and francophone spheres and her extraordinary teaching.
I do have to say it's a good thing we're in the Easter spirit because there's only been about 3 member statements that have been within the time limit. So, the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Kathleen Tobin of Sydney Forks. Kathleen, who was 33 years young, just started her off-road motorcycle racing career at the age of 28. Since she started racing a few years ago, she has reached many milestones and achievements, with the most recent being her upcoming national debut with the Beta Canada Racing Development Team in British Columbia. Kathleen will also return to Prospector in Murdochville, Quebec, as a defending expert woman champion this fall. She's also registered in her first U.S. race, which is taking place at the end of May. Not only is Kathleen an exceptional rider, but she's also a member of the Nova Scotia Off-Road Riders Association Board of Directors. As well, Kathleen is known and well respected in her community, and most recently joined the team at Cabot Power Sports. I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to applaud Kathleen on her commitment and dedication, and best of luck in her races this weekend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plain, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, hockey is a big part of the culture in Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, and I want to congratulate two teams that recently won the Atlantic Championships. Mr. Speaker, that's the U15 Major Gulls and the U13 AAA Metro West Force Warriors female hockey team. And Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all the players, the coaches, the parents, and supporters who put so much time and effort into this season. Evidently, an Atlantic Championship is a big deal, and I want to congratulate both teams and their players. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to agree with Mr. Speaker when he says there's a lot of celebration today, and I'm so grateful to hear the Holy Spirit touching this room in more than one way. But I also want to recognize that, you know, whatever way we may celebrate this long weekend, I hope that all families take the opportunity to spend that time with each other and be cautious and careful and really embrace each other during this time, because for some it is for grieving, for some it is for celebration, but know that you're with family and that's important. So I want to say a huge happy birthday to my daughter Sajora Elena Hansen, who was born on April 6, 2014. She was born on a Sunday, and I could have made it to church, but I did not, at 10:51 a.m. And she was 5 pounds, 14 ounces. And I just want to say to my daughter, who is home today, that I will be home to make sweet potatoes, mac and cheese, and a leg of lamb for you later.
Yeah. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to echo the comments from the member from Halifax Needham and wish everyone a happy Easter. I want to also say thank you to the incredible team that I have working with me. First of all, my family, my husband Murray, and my children. It's not been an easy week for them, Mr. Speaker. Thomas, Matthew, Joel, and Sharon. I appreciate their restraint, Mr. Speaker, their self-discipline. I also want to thank my constituency assistant, Dan Gould, Hannah Landry, Ann Keddy, and Gladys Kosh, and wish everyone a happy Easter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have some really special guests here in the West Gallery. Many would know Jenny as Jenny Edge, who worked years with the PC caucus. She is now Jenny Sherry, and she's with her 3 lovely boys. And I'd ask that she would stand with Sully, Mac, and Alistair, the newest addition. We miss Jenny. We miss her so much, but it's really nice to have you here and to know that you are still part of the PC party, and your support and love means everything to us, and it's just really great to see her so happy with a beautiful family. So we welcome her here today. We'll see you shortly.
The honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to commemorate the life of Claire Marchand of Loosedale. Claire was married to Wilfred for 60 years and was the mother of 5 children, grandmother of 7, and great-grandmother of 1. She passed away on February 21st at the age of 78. Claire was well known in her community of Loosedale and throughout Richmond County. She was a very active member of the Loosedale Lioness Club, the St. Louis Parish Council, and was president of the Richmond County Seniors Council. Claire started the Prayer Shawl Ministry with her husband, Wilfred, and friend, Rosemary Sampson, and their gifts were given to the homeless, injured, and ill across the country. She was recently awarded the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers by the Governor-General of Canada, and her proud family were fortunate to present it to her before her passing. Mr. Speaker, please join me in honoring the life of Claire Marchand and passing condolences to her husband, Wilfred, children Shelley, Terry, Barry, Kelly, and Joey, and the entire Marchand family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to wish my mother a happy birthday today.
Getting that in so quickly might have just saved your family. Order, please. The time for statements by members has expired. We move into oral questions put by members to ministers. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a promise to fix health care, but continues to ignore the overall health and well-being of Nova Scotians. And when asked about the failings in this budget, this government has continually said that this is a health care budget, Mr. Speaker. However, what really I don't think this government understands is that you can't deal with health care unless you deal with people's health, Mr. Speaker. And this government needs to understand that the social determinants of health impact the overall health care system and the longevity and life of Nova Scotians. And by ignoring the cost of living we are in, this government is actually going to continue to make things worse in our health care system. If you face food insecurity, your overall health is worse, Mr. Speaker. I'll table that. If you're experiencing poverty, your overall health situation is worse. If you're in a precarious housing situation, your overall health is worse, Mr. Speaker. Does the Premier understand that fixing health care actually means addressing some of the root causes of the health problems that people have in this province?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the member raises a serious issue around the overall social determinants of health, and we're very focused on the overall health of Nova Scotians for sure. The budget before this House has a number of investments across a number of departments, and I'm proud of the work that the Minister of Community Services is doing in conjunction with the Minister of Health, Minister of Housing, all of the issues that the member has raised. The budget speaks to, Mr. Speaker, and of course, as a government, I would never want to be a part of a government that doesn't want to do more and try to do more for Nova Scotians. Of course, we want to do more for Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, but we are doing what we can today, and we will continue to work with Nova Scotians to move this province forward in every possible way.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, this health care budget froze social assistance increases in this province for the second year in a row during two of the greatest increases in inflation. This budget also changed the amount of people that are eligible for housing supplements, which this government has bragged about. And this budget did nothing to address food insecurity in this province, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Minister of Community Services said that everybody knows that this is a health care budget, and when we have good health care in Nova Scotia, everybody benefits, even our most vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. However, what the minister failed to recognize that access to health care is only one of 10 universally recognized social determinants of health, Mr. Speaker. And again, we have no increases in social assistance for 2 years in a row when those individuals are faced with the greatest increases of cost pressure.
Question, please.
And will the Premier actually start bringing in some meaningful measures that will help individuals dealing with these cost pressures?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, we can go around in circles. The minister, the member, can try and convince Nova Scotians that this government is not investing in Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotians don't accept that. We are investing in. You referenced the rent supplements. There are more rent supplements in this province now than there ever was. We added 1,000 more this year. The amount that's going into rent supplements under our government is it's a multiple of what was in there under this government. Yes, we want to make sure we're focused on the most vulnerable. Yes, there was a policy change to make sure that the most vulnerable go to the top of the list, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to do that. We will continue to invest in Nova Scotians. And to those Nova Scotians, you know, I want them to know we look at targeted supports in how we can best help people. The member can disagree how we go about it.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. On his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, the most vulnerable in our province are those that are on social assistance, and this government has frozen their rates of pay for the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Premier knows that the most acute cases that are actually in our healthcare system now come from individuals that are under financial pressure and from the lower incomes in our society, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the government even knows that. The government doesn't have to look too far, actually, to have an example of what a good government does when it comes to health and well-being, Mr. Speaker. Newfoundland tabled a budget called Your Health, Our Priority, which is also focused on health care, but includes cost of living measures, including increasing payments for those on income assistance, and the construction of more than 850 new affordable housing units, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing in this budget to address these things. Will the Premier please make these adjustments before this budget is passed?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, at some point, the opposition will decide the direction they want to go. They haven't decided yet. Yesterday, the member from King South was saying we're spending too much, we're fiscally irresponsible, spend less on Nova Scotians. Today, the leader of the party is saying you're not spending enough, Mr. Speaker. We are investing in Nova Scotians. That's what Nova Scotians asked us to do, and we will continue to do it, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the member can find the courage to support this incredible budget that's before this House right now.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask about this government's failure to act on climate change. Last week, we were shocked to hear the Minister of Environment walk back a timeline to proclaim the Coastal Protection Act. He doubled down last night in estimates. A piece of legislation which has seen ongoing consultation since it was passed in 2019 with all party support from this House. The minister revealed recently that this was prompted by questions and correspondence from coastal landowners. And in response, the minister has decided to pause the rollout until he receives that buy-in. While the minister waits for buy-in, landowners are taking advantage of this delay to advance dangerous developments on our coast. Why is the Premier allowing developers to dictate when we protect our coastline?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the work that the Minister of the Environment is doing is country leading, Mr. Speaker. The legislation that we tabled with the goals, Mr. Speaker, that leads the country, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to preserving this planet. This province is surrounded by 13,000 kilometers of coastline. We love our shorelines, our beaches, our incredible hiking trails. Nova Scotians hold our coastline very, very dear, Mr. Speaker, as do we. We understand the climate is changing. We understand that the severity of the storms is intensifying. We know that there's work to be done, Mr. Speaker. The minister is doing that work, and I support him in every aspect.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Let's be clear. Our 13,000 kilometers of coastline are not protected, even though there's an act that protects them, because this government is dragging its feet. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians know that it is necessary to meet our climate targets to prevent climate catastrophe. Despite these strong goals and targets and the numerous actions laid out in the climate plan, our path from here to 2030 is very unclear. What needs to happen by 2024, 2025? This week we heard from the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables that the government's plan to meet these targets is to double down on biomass and natural gas. More carbon, more fossil fuels. This government can say all the right things, but their actions tell a different story. How can the Premier say he's tackling the climate crisis without any credible path to 2030?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, there's certainly a transition before us. There's no question about that. And our grid in 2030 will look different than it does today. And we have to have, we have to understand that it will be different, and there'll be multiple parts to our grid. We'll have a discussion about how much solar. We need batteries. Legislation just passed through this House. How much wind? How much hydro? Wouldn't it be nice if Muskrat Falls finally delivered for Nova Scotian ratepayers? There's a lot to discuss on that, and it sits right at the feet of the NDP government, where the Muskrat Falls debacle really began, Mr. Speaker. So we know the grid will change. There will be some biomass on the grid, Mr. Speaker. There will be. Might even be nuclear, Mr. Speaker. We're open to all these things because we know it's important that we get it right, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
So no plan. 43% of our province's total greenhouse gas emissions come from electricity generation alone, and I'll table that. We must stop burning coal in order to meet our climate goals, and the Premier has the duty to find a credible path to do this. However, the Premier said yesterday of the only researched and costed plan to do this, quote, "I would say I'm not optimistic about the Atlantic Loop." The Premier must put forward a path to getting this province off coal. And if it's not the Atlantic Loop, I'd like him to tell us what it is.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, some pretty Some pretty serious paraphrasing happening right now. First, on the minister's behalf there, and certainly on mine, Mr. Speaker. I'm not optimistic about the Atlantic Loop. I'm not shy about that. I'll be optimistic when the federal government comes forward and says that they will pay Nova Scotia ratepayers the same respect that they paid to Newfoundland ratepayers, Mr. Speaker. The federal government has a role in this. The NDP has a role in this, too. They started that Muskrat Falls situation, Mr. Speaker, and a lot of this rests at that feet. But we're looking forward, Mr. Speaker. We know the transition is difficult. We know there's going to be some highs and lows in that path, but we are committed to getting there, Mr. Speaker, and that's what matters to Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, all this government can do is brag about how much money they're spending on health care. They cannot point to outcomes that are improving for Nova Scotians. And while they say that access is improving in Nova Scotia, let's go over the facts on that. ER closures have doubled in the last year under this government. The doctor wait list, Mr. Speaker, has doubled under this government. The demand for virtual care is so high that appointments are almost unattainable, Mr. Speaker. The mobile clinics are in such high demand that people are waiting hours to see a healthcare professional. And it's next to impossible to get into a walk-in clinic, the ones that are, of course, even open because we've had so many closed, Mr. Speaker. How can this government say they are laser focused on access to care when Nova Scotians are losing access to care every single day under their regime?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly the last 18 months we have been laser focused. We've been laser focused on improving access through things like our virtual care. Nova Scotia, we've increased the number of providers and we expect to have over 40,000 more appointments in primary care by the end of August, Mr. Speaker, with our improvements. We have community pharmacies, Mr. Speaker, who are seeing a number of people every day, making a big difference in Nova Scotia. We've enabled nurse practitioners in this province to be able to deliver more autonomous primary care. The list goes on and on. We've been looking at, scopes of practice, ensuring that folks can use their skills to the best and highest ability. And I'm very confident, Mr. Speaker, in our ability to deliver for Nova Scotians. As we have in the past 18 months, we will deliver in this mandate. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the House of a quote from the now Premier when the doctor wait list was at 50,000 people without a family doctor in Nova Scotia. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, the person that is responsible for making sure there's access to health care in this province is the Premier. When you look at what's happening in this province with 50,000 Nova Scotians without access to primary care, paramedics at their wits' end, and somebody has to stand up and accept responsibility for that issue, Mr. Speaker, I'll table that. Now, with over 130,000 Nova Scotians on the doctor wait list, I'll table that, and more paramedics leaving their practice than ever before in our province, and I'll table that. As the Premier once said, somebody has to stand up and take responsibility. Will the Premier now stand up and take responsibility for the failures of this government when it comes to fixing our health care system?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I'll refer back to my epic yellow papers, Mr. Speaker. So what I would like to say is that wherever there's positive, the folks across the way want to take credit for it. But let me just tell you, reduction of budget in 2014-15, EHS, 2015, Department of Health spending reduced, active living budget reduced, primary care budget reduced, 2016, Department of Health and Wellness budget. I'm a great health minister. I'm going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, 8 years of reductions in 18 months, despite how hard I'm trying.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, to make Nova Scotia healthier, we need to decrease food insecurity and increase income assistance. This PC government is making political choices not to do so.
Order, please. Can we stop the banter going back and forth? The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville has the floor.
To make Nova Scotia healthier, we need to decrease food insecurity and increase income assistance. And this PC government, Mr. Speaker, is making political choices not to do so. They did, however, choose to add $1.6 billion this year in unchecked spending and present a budget that does not increase income assistance to help our most vulnerable, nor does it provide financial supports that are meaningful for middle-class Nova Scotians. This budget is a choice to make Nova Scotia unhealthier and a violation of human rights. Why can't the PC government understand that leaving people in poverty and food insecure will cause health outcomes to get worse?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I think this budget does speak volumes. Even under my department, we've increased our budget by $82 million. We look at those that are struggling in Nova Scotia, and they all have different needs. And we have increased a lot of things around disability, early intervention and prevention. We've increased it by $12 million. We've increased supportive housing alone has seen like millions and millions gone into helping shelters and other organizations in this Nova Scotia. And we'll continue helping our food banks as well. And we'll do whatever we can to make life easier for Nova Scotians.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, this government boasts about piecemeal funding, like a one-time change to the heating assistance rebate, a change to the child tax benefit that misses 75% of income assistance clients, and additional red supplements, but they changed eligibility that leaves so many behind. Nova Scotians need access to social services to improve their quality of life. We're speaking about dependable programs, not exclusionary ones that leave people behind. If the PC government can choose to spend $1.6 billion without oversight, why have they been deliberate in overlooking so many that are fighting to get ahead?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Supplement program up against any province in the country. We have the most generous, if not one of the most generous rent-up programs. We're working, we doubled the money in that. We've doubled the number of recipients. We're working hard. We recognize the needs out there. We do care. We're helping across government.
Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable Minister once had the floor. The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in question period, the Premier said that the changes to the rent supplement program were to help those Nova Scotians who are most in housing need. And yet, the reality is that a Nova Scotian who spends 49.9% on their income now is no longer eligible for a rent supplement. And so I would like to ask the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs if he agrees with the Premier that someone in Nova Scotia who's paying 49.9% of their income on rent is not most in need of support. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just pleased to again talk about rent subs. When we came into government, we looked at rent subs, and most of them were not portable. We've made them portable. Our rent subs program is portable, meaning the person receiving them can choose where they want to live. We've continued to add funding to rent subs. We now added $21 million more to almost $50 million a year. It's a massive investment. We have one of the, if not the best, one of the best programs in the country. It's very accessible. We'll stand by that. We are helping Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Mr. Speaker, we learned during budget estimates that the number of people applying for rent supplements in the last 6 months of last year doubled from 200 to 400 a month. And rather than look at that obvious need for housing support and request a significant expansion to a budget, and this government is spending hand over fist all over the place, but the one place where they do not seem to have an interest in spending money is in helping people who need it the most. So I would ask the Minister of Housing once again, once he realized that the demand for the program was so high, why did he not ask for the money to allow the program to stay at a reasonable level of 30% of income?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the fact that we're adding $21 million into the rent sub budget this year. And I hope that you will support that our budget and vote for that. And it would be a shame if you vote against this budget, because this budget is adding money. $21 million into rent subs, record increases in the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, $153 million increase in this department, over $200 million in the last 2 years to do things like fund housing, Tartan Downs, $22 million for modulars. We're doing all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the opposition will support our budget.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the spirit's moving, my question is for the Minister of Justice. A key piece of work that the community has been asking for is an African Nova Scotian policing strategy. We need this because, in the words of Halifax Police Chief Dan Kinsella, the actions of police have had a negative and deep impact on generations of African Nova Scotian community and disproportionately on Black men, and I'm tabling that. Can the minister confirm that the African Nova Scotian policing strategy is an urgent priority for this government? And please tell the House when it will be in place.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Of course, the member does know that the Department of Justice is committed to the African Nova Scotia Justice Action Plan, and we are working with a variety of groups, of course, NSDPAD and others, and we're continuing to move that forward. So I guess to answer the question, yes, it is.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. My next question is for the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs. Despite months of work by an all-party committee and many hours of community input, the minister has tabled another budget with no specific funding for a strategy to address racism and hate. Perhaps one of the reasons why there doesn't seem to be progress on this file is because there's no public oversight of the work. Despite the minister and the member for Eastern Shore expressing openness to the idea of a standing committee in legislature, and they both will say they don't recall saying that, which is why we pushed for a committee so that we could have more open and transparency to the public. So my question is, Mr. Speaker, how are we going to make progress on addressing racism in this province if we don't fund the work?
The Honourable Minister responsible for African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, over the past 18, 19 months, through ANZA and the Department of CCTH, we've been very involved with all the communities across the province, 50-plus historic African Nova Scotia communities. There's been a transformation within ANZA itself. The staff is not only working out of their office here, we've been engaged with communities across the province. We've been in many communities across the province, from Yarmouth to Sydney, Mr. Speaker, and we have encouraging comments coming from the communities saying to us, Mr. Speaker, that finally someone is listening to us.
Yeah. The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to hear from healthcare professionals and Nova Scotians that the current state of hospice and palliative care is inaccessible and the programs are in disarray. There is simply not enough support for those who want home-based hospice or palliative care. It truly is devastating, Mr. Speaker, that in the final days of those who are chronically ill, they are not able to receive palliative care or hospice care. Palliative and hospice care are vital supports to both the patient and the family, and money should have been included in this budget to support and expand palliative and hospice care. Mr. Speaker, why did this budget not include support so those who are chronically ill and want to die peacefully can?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly we know that there are some areas across the province where there are some staffing issues that do impact absolutely those folks who are waiting to receive and wanting to receive palliative care, particularly in their homes. And we will continue to work with our communities to better understand how we can support. I do want to acknowledge that there has been some investment made in the oncology, particularly oncology transformation project. We're also looking at some chronic disease programs to support people in community who are living with chronic disease, life-limiting diseases. So the work definitely must continue, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this to the floor.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the minister for her answer. I just want to say we need the minister to do more than just look at them. We need her to increase the budgets for them. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that ER deaths have gone up in the last year, and I'll table that. We want those who are at the end of their lives to be able to have as much choice as possible in the decision-making process, but without the resources, many will not have the option of palliative and hospice care and may end up in the hospital or ERs. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Health ensure that the department will expand palliative and hospice services so more Nova Scotians and their families can go through an incredibly difficult time in a more dignified way.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. As you know, the Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care and the Department of Health work together to provide home care services. And I am excited for estimates so that I can talk more about all of the expansions to the home care programs that we have put in place this summer, or this year, so I can reassure the member that the historic increases in home care also go to those most vulnerable and in need of palliative care services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, the municipality of Clare is in the process of expanding their collaborative care health clinic. To my knowledge, it's the only health center in the province that offers services in both English and French. This expansion will provide doctors to most, if not all, residents in Digby County, and will provide additional on-call services. The minister did visit the center in July, and I appreciated that. Can she give us an update on the funding request that the municipality has submitted?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. I did enjoy my visit, and certainly very progressive clinic. We're doing a lot of wonderful work there and providing a great service to the community and surrounding areas. So we do have that proposal in the department, and we are reviewing it, looking at the request, and we will be in touch with the municipality to discuss it further.
The Honourable Member for Clare.
So this is an extremely important project for the municipality of Clare, and I'd argue the entire region. It's going to take thousands of people off the doctor wait list. With the on-call services, it does provide relief for the ERs in Yarmouth and Digby, and I hope this project can be supported by the government. So can you provide can the minister provide a timeline as to when the municipality will get an answer?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So we are currently reviewing that. I don't have an immediate timeline, but it is under review right now in the department.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a longtime friend of mine from Cape Breton, Danielle, was diagnosed at a young age with breast cancer, and thankfully she's in remission. But she still has not been able to get breast reconstruction surgery due to the impacts of radiation that has had on her chest. Survivors of breast cancer who have had radiation have further complications when they need to get breast implants as their chest is concaved. Currently, implants are covered by MSI, but autologous fat grafting post-operation is not. Other provinces, such as New Brunswick, cover these surgeries. My question to the Minister of Health: will this government expand MSI coverage so breast cancer survivors can get fat grafting surgeries post-op?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you to the member for the question, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, we are always looking at the things that are covered through MSI, better understanding, what are the new and emerging technologies and treatments and therapies for individuals. So I will go back to the department and find out a little bit more about this and understand where we are in terms of the review.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, this is something I never realized that we didn't cover either, and it's something that impacts a lot of women. I'm getting a lot of calls from home. Danielle's been championing this cause for a lot of women on the island, and she's happy to talk to the minister or anybody that wants to talk to her about this. This is something I think that the government could easily cover as part of their coverage. So another issue that Danielle and I have talked about, and as I've said, she's championed also earlier access to mammograms. And we've brought this up before in this House, and that we all hear too often that women under 40 have a more of a challenge in accessing mammograms. And after noticing a lump, Danielle had to advocate to push for her doctor to get a mammogram. And as we all know, if caught too late, women under 40 can be more prone to having a worse prognosis of breast cancer. Mr. Speaker, can the government give us an update on what they're doing to ensure that women under 40 have more access to mammograms when they need them?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Certainly, we are looking at our screening protocols. There are clinical guidelines that we follow, and we do look to the experts in cancer care and screening to understand when and where we should change our protocols. So we will continue to work with our physicians and nurses and experts in cancer care to better understand when and how we should be screening a variety of cancers throughout the province.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. The Ecology Action Centre is asking people to write to the Minister about the development threat at Mabu Provincial Park. As they explain, quote, protected should mean protected, end of story. And yet, an American billionaire golf course developer is once again trying to swindle away the West Mabu Beach Provincial Park to develop a private 18-hole golf course. This legally protected and ecologically sensitive area is part of the mere 5% of Nova Scotian coastline that is protected public land. We cannot afford to lose it to private development. Mr. Speaker, will the minister promise that Mabu Provincial Park will not be turned into a golf course?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for the question. As I've been very clear in the media, very clear in any of the letters that we've received in the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables, there's been no application from any developer on this piece of land. So as it stands right now, that park is still a park. It will remain a park, but there's been no application as to this date.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, Mabu Beach Provincial Park is a very special place. A 2019 study by Alan Beliveau of Acadia University, commissioned by the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, found the unique sand dunes and wetlands contained at least 17 rare plants and animals, including 4 birds that are listed under the Provincial Endangered Species Act. This is why Nature Nova Scotia and many others have asked the province to unequivocally reject the idea of a golf course at Mabu Provincial Park. We know there is no formal proposal before the province right now, but we also know that the developer is working hard on this. This is why the minister should stand up and be very clear that Mabu Beach will never become a golf course, and I invite him to do that.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I can be clear about is, as I said in estimates the other night, Department of Natural Resources and Renewables get about 2,000 applications for differing abilities for Crown lands throughout the whole province. And as we go through those applications one by one, Mr. Speaker, we make sure that the Nova Scotians get the Crown lands and the protected areas, the economy, the recreational development that they want to see within our province. There has not been an application for that, Mr. Speaker. If there is an application that comes in, we will deal with that application, Mr. Speaker. But as of now, we can't go on stories or myths if an application will come in.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of continuous glucose monitors is one that has come up in the House here a few times, and I know that the Minister of Health and Wellness, our department, is studying the issue at the moment, but recently the government of Newfoundland and Labrador in its budget this year introduced a pilot program to test CGMs in that province, and I'm wondering if the minister would consider doing that here in Nova Scotia as a means of giving us some real-world data in the province that I suspect would be very favorable. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. So we've talked about CGM before. Certainly there is an active review going on in the department right now to better understand that real-world data and understand how best, if and when it could be implemented in Nova Scotia. So, you know, I would say more to say, but certainly it is on our radar at Department of Health, and we're actively looking at that program.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the minister for that. This past fall, the federal government tabled the diabetes framework. Now it's incumbent on provincial governments to implement that framework to prevent more people from being diagnosed with diabetes and also improve access to care. Diabetes affects almost 12 million Canadians and costs the healthcare system about $50 million to treat every day in Canada. I'll table that as well. By implementing the framework, it will help not only those managing diabetes, but also lessen the strain on our healthcare system. I'd like to ask the Minister of Health and Wellness, will the department follow the lead of the federal government and implement the diabetes framework? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly, particularly with type 2 diabetes, we look at the opportunities to support people in the prevention. Type 1 diabetes has, a different etiology, is what I would say. So we are working across government, looking at ways in which all departments can support. We look at how we're supporting children through the Department of Education, certainly with our colleagues. So we are looking at that framework to better understand how it is applicable to Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another key social determinant of health is social inclusion and non-discrimination. The Nova Scotia Brotherhood and Sisterhood initiatives provide culturally appropriate primary medical care plus health and wellness services. When I asked the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs about funding for this important initiative, I was told to direct my question to the Minister of Health. So, the Minister of Health, how is this government going to make the work of both the Brotherhood and the Sisterhood initiatives proper and relevant to the community to ensure funding remains and that the program is able to expand across the province?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. So certainly we've increased funding through primary care for African Nova Scotians through additional funding for the Brotherhood and Sisterhood of a total of $242,900 this year. We're also improving, we're doing some work around the experience of Indigenous and African Nova Scotian patients. So we're looking at investing $1.3 million in dedicated Indigenous and African Nova Scotian health consultants across the province. So we are also looking at adding additional spaces for high school students to consider healthcare as a career, investing $30,000 to support and improve representation in our healthcare system, and also multi-year funding for the Health Association of African Canadians has been stabilized at $275,000 per year.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, race-based data is something that the community and the African Nova Scotian Affairs Office has been working on for many years. In fact, it's been over 20 years. This issue is critical importance to the community, making healthcare more equitable and diverse for Nova Scotians. Again, at estimates, the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs was not able to give me an update on the status of the race-based data, and was referred to the Minister of Health again. So, Minister of Health, my question is, when will we see race-based data implemented in the Nova Scotia healthcare system?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So based on consultation with the community, race-based data collection is now called the Fair Care Project throughout the province, and it was actually launched in October of 2022. And there has been approximately 40,000 people, 40,000 Nova Scotians who have provided their information to Department of Health and Wellness. So the project is underway, and we're working throughout the province with historic communities to understand how best they can use that information once we have more data collected.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In November of 2021, I asked the Premier to commit to increasing funding for midwives so that we can reduce the wait list and expand access to areas of the province who have no access at all, like throughout the whole valley and the whole Cape Breton Island. His response was, and I quote, not paraphrasing, "We're happy to work with the member on that to make sure that's balanced across the province." I'll table that. I was disappointed to see 2 budgets go by with no more funding to increase the access for Nova Scotians, despite the evidence of how much healthcare outcomes improve for parents and newborns. Mr. Speaker, this also increases access to doctors currently caring for those with low-risk pregnancies. When will the Premier increase access to midwives in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. I know it's a passion of his to ask every session. So we are looking at education opportunities. There's a review that's happening in Newfoundland to look at education opportunities. We know that there is not a lot of midwives, and certainly we are looking at stabilizing our current workforce before we're able to expand. So we continue that work to better understand how best to stabilize, looking at educational opportunities in order to consider how we may expand the program in the province.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if stabilization is the issue, then I believe that a symptom of that is a lack of funding. Why can't the government create training opportunities right here in the province where we have more universities per capita than anywhere else in the country? The Ford government in Ontario just announced another $16 million to increase access and remuneration for midwives. That government clearly understands midwives provide exceptional care for low-risk pregnancies, freeing up doctors' time to focus on the high-risk pregnancies. I'll ask the Premier again. Both opposition parties are here ready to work with them. When will the government members step up for midwives in this province and increase funding?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I told the member opposite, there is a review of education undergoing right now. It's being led by Newfoundland, so we're anxious to hear about the results from that review to understand about how best to educate midwives in Atlantic Canada. We also have been looking at how to best utilize midwives throughout the province, and certainly we're very fortunate that midwives have contributed to the unattached baby clinic. So we certainly are supporting midwives' scope of practice and helping connect them with mums and babies who need attachments. So we are looking at how to expand that program as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I tabled a petition from many members in our community about the lack of housing and the need for support. I also am hearing from contractors, and they're saying that they could build more and build more housing faster if there was more support for those in the apprenticeships trades. In particular, what they're looking for, Mr. Speaker, is more funding, increased staffing. And when they look at their colleagues across the border in New Brunswick, there's a lot more staff there to support both the students in trades as well as the contractors. So I'm asking today the minister responsible for the Apprenticeship Society, would they commit to increasing the funding so that we can better support our trades students as well as contractors? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for this really important question. We know the demand on skilled trades is high. We also know that there are many young Nova Scotians who want to come back home and work. I'm really pleased and proud of the department because there is an increase in this budget that is dedicated to the apprenticeship agency. We have turned permanent or temporary positions into permanent, so we have an increase in staff, and there's also a focus on modernizing the apprenticeship agency so we can make sure that more people entering are successful all the way through to completion, so of course that they can work here in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just like we all love the minister, I can say that our contractors and students love the staff that are working in the apprenticeship department, and they want, anytime they speak to me about the deficiencies, they always emphasize that they are very appreciative of all that the staff do and feel that any of the deficiencies are not at the fault of the staff. They just feel there needs to be more of them. So, for example, sometimes students are waiting up to 4 to 6 weeks to hear back. Also in New Brunswick, the staff are visiting on site, so they come to the site, they come to the contractors and to the students. And another challenge is the students having to leave communities for up to 6 weeks versus training being able to be in the communities. So would the minister commit to providing an officer in Cumberland County so that there's better access to contractors and students for this department? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for this important question. Of course, we know the demand on skilled trades. We also want to make sure that the entire province benefits from the increase in staff. We also do know that there are challenges because individuals are providing services to broad ranges, but we have made investments in the apprenticeship agency. I'm working alongside colleagues over at Advanced Education, of course, of education as well. We want to make sure that more students go through completion and are successful. We're modernizing the pre-apprenticeship agency. We have a pre-apprentice panel that is made up of industry, folks from NSCC as well as the department to look at some of these challenges. We know that there's more work to do, and we're focused on making sure that we're going to do it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, by not increasing income assistance or other social supports, more women will not be able to access affordable birth control. Having the choice to access the birth control of your choosing is important, whether it be the pill or the IUD. Mr. Speaker, why did this budget not include supports for expanding the coverage on birth control?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Anyone that's on income assistance is covered. So just for correction, we cover. So.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
I did not say on income assistance, people who are not getting any assistance, right? Not increasing income assistance. So people they're suffering with the budget, with the increase in this. So the question, I repeat the question, it wasn't people on income assistance. People are not receiving an increase of your income assistance, and life has become much more expensive, if I may say so. So the question wasn't about people in income assistance. It's to the Minister of Health, it is.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So certainly birth control is covered under the Nova Scotia Pharmacare program. IUDs, I know sometimes are concerned, but IUDs that have a hormonal component are actually covered. People who do need birth control who are receiving income assistance do have birth control covered. So there are a number of options available to Nova Scotians. Also, there are people that have private insurance, of course. So we've also expanded the scope of pharmacists to be able to prescribe birth control and talk about birth control options with individuals, as well as having emergency contraception available in our emergency rooms as well as in our pharmacies. So there is a variety of options for birth control across the province.
The honourable member for Halifax, Clayton Park West. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a new question.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Women's health is important and is often underfunded. And while we are happy to see that more support for emergency care for gynecology, there are more supports needed. We know that sexual health centers across the province are in high demand and do good work, but they are underfunded and understaffed. Mr. Speaker, why does this budget not include supports for sexual health centers across the province?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for this important question. So we do fund a variety of these community-based organizations across the province and the Tri-County, Cape Breton, across all 4 health zones. So I'd be certainly happy to get those numbers from the member and follow up at a later date. Thank you.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
I'm sorry. I don't have another. Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Law Amendments Committee this week, human rights lawyer Vince Calderhead said by choosing not to increase income assistance by a single penny, the province is choosing to increase food insecurity, choosing to increase the inadequacy of families' ability to put food on the table. Mr. Speaker, if the government is serious about fixing health care, why do they ignore the experts?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Just, can you repeat it? Just the last part, the question.
Why ignore the experts?
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Why ignore experts who are telling you that it's a human rights violation?
The honourable member is the Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt that Nova Scotians are struggling with inflation and what's happening globally. We continue to make investments where we can. There's nothing off the table. We talk all the time about innovative and creative ways that we can help Nova Scotians, and that includes our most vulnerable. We have a substantial increase in our budget, $82 million under the Department of Community Services, and we have increased HARP, the child tax benefit, seniors care grant. We have $10 a day child care. We could go on and on about the investments that we're making across the board.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we all know about investments. There was $1.6 billion of them made since February that went unchecked. And in QP earlier this week, in an exchange with the member for Kings South, the Minister of Agriculture casually referred to the ability to go back to the cabinet table when things come up. Well, Mr. Speaker, something has come up. Income assistance recipients need this minister's help. Will she do what the Minister of Agriculture indicated that there's no problem to do? Go back to the cabinet table and ask for an increase to income assistance.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to hear references about unchecked expenditures, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. I don't think I've been in the legislature for one day, Mr. Speaker, in the last 13 years where I haven't heard, and I was part of the opposition for a good portion of that time, Mr. Speaker, and I can't think of one day where I haven't heard somebody asking the government to spend money on something new or something different. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, we spent $1.6 million, but we spent it on things that were important to Nova Scotians. People who were affected by Hurricane Fiona. People who are affected by the healthcare system. Not just the people coming in to get cared for, Mr. Speaker, the people working in it. People who need housing, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Speaker. Please. The time for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee, the whole House on supply.
The motion is carried. We'll take a brief recess while the members of the Estimates Committee set up.
Order, please. The Committee on the Whole House of Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Public Works? Sorry. Resolution E36.
Resolution E36. This is a continuation of where we were yesterday. We have 49 minutes left of NDP time. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Minister and the Department for back here. So let's go into questions quickly. Is the Minister, my understanding is the Minister is responsible for the renovating of the transitional care facility in Bedford that was purchased by the province. Does the Minister know what the cost of that renovation of that facility will be?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. So our government was very happy to announce first of its kind in Atlantic Canada, a transition to community facility. It's going to really be able to increase the capacity in our healthcare system. So this is the one that the member is referencing in Bedford is the first of two. So specific to her question, the cost for the design, the equipment, the renovations, and technology is in the ballpark of $15 million. 1-5.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
15 million? Okay. Thank you for that clarification. What is the current estimate cost of the Cape Breton redevelopment as well as the Bayers Lake outpatient?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Affairs.
Thank you. Internal Services. Yeah. This one's a man of many hats, so this one's the Healthcare Infrastructure Redevelopment Minister. So just a point of clarification from the member is, are you looking for the entire cost or just for this year?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
At this point, the current estimated cost, so that would probably be total.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much. So for the Cape Breton redevelopment project, it's approximately $900 million. And for the Bayers Lake Community Outpatient Center, it's $152 million for construction cost.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And because I don't want to waste too much time for you to have to find these answers, can the Minister table a breakdown list of the costs expected for the completion of each redevelopment project that their department is responsible for before the end of the sitting?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So what we can endeavour to provide for the member is the actual spent up to date for this fiscal. Or up to this fiscal. The concern is if we were to provide additional information or additional details that can impact procurement and impact taxpayers' dollars, and when we're trying to make the best decisions and driving best value for taxpayers' dollars when we go through an open procurement.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I appreciate the information that you can table, and I appreciate your reasoning for not the estimated. It's my understanding from talking to the Minister of Public Works last evening that this minister is responsible for the new NSCC student housing builds. Is that correct? Okay. No, it's not. Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
On the record, no.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to wait for that answer at some point. We're almost, actually, Minister, I believe we are done of my questioning, and with the time that I have left with the NDP, we can cede our time to the Liberal caucus.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Minister, and your staff. Appreciate you being here to answer a few questions. I'd like to begin, first of all, by understanding what projects you are actually responsible for. There are 28 projects listed in the capital plan under healthcare. Are you responsible for all 28 of those projects? Or is there a concise list of the projects that you are responsible for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I forgot to start off by introducing some of the staff that's with me today. So I have Dave Benoit, who's CEO of Build Nova Scotia, as well as Sean McNutt, who's our financial guy, financial guru, who's keeping the numbers in check for us. And as well as we have staff in the gallery, and of course staff throughout the department and Build as well. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to have the opportunity to engage and work alongside such dedicated professionals and subject matter experts on leading these files. So to answer the member's question, essentially everything in the Cape Breton redevelopment projects, so those projects there, and the more faster build plan, so the HI expansion plan there as well, Bears Lake COC, the Community Outpatient Center, and then the transition community facilities.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. I think there were a couple other facilities that were announced, a heart center and a mental health and addiction center. Are those also your responsibility? Those were part of the announcement in December.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So on December 15th, we announced our Imagine plan, the new vision on delivering healthcare infrastructure, specifically here in the Central Zone, the More Faster plan. And it focused on tackling what's most needed right now, the urgent needs in front of us, and that's addressing the capacity. We're faced with challenges of population growth, but also those opportunities. So recognizing that the previous plan was actually projecting population decline, and how we ended up getting there. I mean, we ended up recognizing that we needed a new ED for the HI, 36 additional patient beds, and then the additional OR capacity of 4. So we're really focused on wave 1 of this plan. The other elements of the announcement on December 15th that the members citing, those are to come. Those are still in discussion and planning phase, and will fall under the build profile at a later time.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, so let's focus on the Halifax Infirmary P3 project. I'm wondering if the minister could tell us, in his view, what the advantages of a P3 project are.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what I'd say is the reality is that every project's different. If it's a hospital renovation, or if it's building a whole new project like we're endeavoring right now, they're assessed, and the decision to move forward with a P3 model would be dependent on the different outcomes of that analysis. Well, I'd say you have to take into consideration the needs, the factors of construction, the complexity of the project, the risk associated with that project, and I'd certainly say the magnitude of the project. And when we're talking about a generational investment that's going to transform delivery of healthcare, modernize healthcare, and increase that capacity, for the next 30, 50 years. Typically, those projects of that magnitude would fall under a P3 model. One that it was the previous government, it was the members of government that initiated that P3 model. I want to remind the member that this procurement that we're currently in is the same procurement that they initiated back in 2018. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister. I come from as an architect with some experience in the construction industry, and I have always heard that the most important element of a P3 is transferring risk from the client to the contractor. And that is what makes it attractive to governments. But I am failing to see in this project now, it might have been true in 2014, I'm failing to see that transfer of risk happening with one bidder withdrawing and another bidder very concerned about taking on any construction risk, given the context of high inflation, the lack of labor, and the large size of the project. So I guess my question here, Minister, do you feel that you are negotiating a project that is actually transferring the risk, because with a P3 negotiated project, you are paying a premium to transfer that risk? Can you explain to me what risks you feel are being transferred to the contractor from government?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So some of the risk factors that the member cited, including inflation, labor, the size of the project, those are all elements I spoke at length late last year, as there were a number of questions regarding the former plan in that procurement phase. You know, as I noted, December 15th, we announced our new plan, which is actually helping to mitigate those risks. The reality is that there was upwards of 1,700 skilled trade workers required for the former plan, all at once, downtown core, you know, potential disruptions of delivery of care, one big project over a 8 to 10 year construction, flicking on the lights, you know, facing the realities of supply chain issues. So what we're doing with this approach is a waved approach where we're focusing on the most urgent needs right now, increasing the capacity of acute care beds, more OR capacity, the much needed ED. So part of that risk is what I'd say is mitigated in what the approach that we're embarking on. I want to reassure the member that this is a collaborative project with the proponent. Again, we're not, or I say we, I get to speak and answer the questions, but the experts, the subject matter experts, the professionals in the department and in build, they're not in the dark. This is not the first time that they're building a healthcare facility. You know, we're focused as a government. They're focused as dedicated subject matter experts on meeting today's needs and tomorrow's needs with the standards that we have to follow. So we have internal professionals checking numbers. This is not, again, we're not going into the dark on this. To dive in a little bit further on the P3. I'd certainly cite Bears Lake as an example. There was approximately 14% cost savings on Bears Lake. And beyond just the cost savings, it's also about the value after 30 years, because that value, you know, there's going to be the responsibility for 30 years of maintenance, for example. And at the end of the 30 years, we have that asset, which I'd argue would be at a higher value with that approach.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a huge difference between Bears Lake and the infirmary project. Bears Lake is, in essence, an office building, much simpler than the HI facility in terms of the activities that are taking place there. The other important distinction was that it was a competitive process. So I'm wondering if when you lost the second bidder, whether you consider dropping the P3 process and returning to a more traditional build. Did staff present you with that option?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I certainly want to clarify for the record that what's being constructed in Bears Lake is not an office space. It's much more than that, and the member's colleague would certainly know that in her advocacy for what she believes should be changed, but to that scope of that project. But the COC is part of the new generation plan. The visitation metrics that are being projected for that COC is 280,000 patients. We're not talking office workers. We're talking patients. We're talking healthcare. The COC is going to add much needed capacity when we're talking about specimen collection and diagnostic imaging. It's expected that the COC is going to provide an additional 79,000 appointments for patients annually for diagnostic imaging. The COC is going to provide 45,000 appointments for patients annually as well. There's other services, including primary care. So there's going to be a patient assessment and examinations for patients on the provincial need of family practice registry. In respect to diagnostic imaging, there's general radiography, ultrasound, bone densitometry, post-surgery and post-treatment follow-up, eye care center. As I noted, the specimen collection, there's going to be an orthopedic assessment center, hemodialysis satellite center, that's going to be 24 dialysis stations. Ultimately, we know that there's a lot of folks that live, that access care in the peninsula, but offering that model and that option of not having to come to the downtown core. Understanding that about 40% of those that visit the HI every day are traveling from outside HRM. The COC is in a prime location close to both the 101, the 102 and the 103 highway series. I had the opportunity to visit that site. Progress is being made there. It's quite an impressive facility. It's going to be state of the art. Dedicated teams and professionals looking to advance this project, and just going to truly make an impact for not only folks in HRM, but those on the periphery as well. Regarding the new approach that our government announced on December 15th, it wasn't so much a discussion regarding the model, whether P3, as the member has been questioning. However, it was regarding the size of the project. Again, we're still in the same procurement that was launched a number of years ago. That procurement is the same process. The decision point was to modify the approach, the delivery approach, essentially delivering more and faster. And by I mean more, I can repeat again, it's the new ED, more OR capacity, more acute care beds. And then the faster approach is looking at the challenges that have been discussed at length, the labor challenges, the supply chain issues, inflation, those types of risks, The construction industry has been supportive of this approach, saying, you know, a project of this magnitude to mobilize that many skilled trade workers was not going to be feasible, and high degree of probability of delays. This approach, it's much more digestible, if that's the right word. I've been using digestible for the construction industry, that term, for some time now. It's going to deliver that wave quicker, and we'll be able to offer those services and those facilities to Nova Scotians much faster.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I probably was in error of using the term office building, but so I won't get into a debate with you. Yes, there are certainly diagnostic imaging and going in for tests, etc., but it's not the same. I think you would agree that the HI project is a more complex project with respect to OR rooms and ventilation requirements, etc., etc. But let's not debate that. So we've got one bidder, which I think is a significant change of risk to the taxpayer. My question is, Minister, have you talked to the Auditor General about this procurement, which now has only one bidder?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this is not a blank check approach. The approach that we've been following through is not, here's our budget, what can you build us? It's the same thing like if I were to go to a contractor and say, I want to spend a couple $100,000 on a house, what can you build me? And I mean staff, the subject matter experts who include cost estimators, are evaluating the proponent's design, the proponent's work on this. Again, we're mitigating risk by also advancing this project, balancing the needs, but due diligence is taken seriously every single day on this, whether it be the internal professionals that we have at Build and at DPW, or if it's external professionals that we engage with on this project and other projects, I imagine. You know, the people that are working on these files are taxpayers as well, and want to make sure that the investments that we're making are in the best interest of Nova Scotia taxpayer dollars, or Nova Scotia taxpayers. We as a government have been elected to fix healthcare. Part of that healthcare is modern infrastructure, state-of-the-art infrastructure to meet the needs of our growing population, the population that we are very proud and glad to help our province grow and build on its diversity. But at the same time, again, I'm not saying this is a blank check by any means. We're diligent with our calculations, with our numbers. And with respect to the AG is certainly very well aware of this project, and this project has been subject to previous audits.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Auditor General was involved with the initial decision with respect to going towards a P3 project, but there's been a substantive significant change in having one bidder. This is the most complex project, building type, size, and we have only one bidder. I mean, anyone who works in the construction industry is fully aware of how you pay through the teeth even for a change order in the normal construction process. Because as soon as you do not have a competitive process to determine the number, advantage goes significantly to the contractor. And I worry that we've got a situation here in which the messaging, and I appreciate the minister saying there's no blank check, but the messaging in the public realm is from the Premier, he will pay whatever it takes. So I would encourage and recommend that you and your staff have a conversation with the Auditor General on this significant change in how this project is being costed. So I will leave that with you. I do want to compliment, and I do agree that breaking it into smaller pieces was a very wise decision. You know, that de-risks the project, as the minister has indicated, and I do think that is a wise decision. Minister, do we have a sense of the schedule for this project? Are you working with a series of Gantt charts that have identified critical dates, drop-dead dates for decisions to be made? Do you have a start date? Do you have an estimated completion time for this project?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I just want to quickly respond to the member's question, or actually, you know, I appreciate his support on the delivery approach of this. It's certainly going to be being able to deliver more and more faster. My priority as minister responsible for this project is certainly advancing this project. So if the AG wants to audit this, I'd certainly, you know, her office can do that. Regarding again, the numbers a bit. I mean, this is this project is a collaborative project with the proponent, and so it's a little bit different than typical. There's ongoing discussion, I'd say daily, to understand their concerns, and there's open dialogue. So it's not wait 3-4 months and get something and try to hash it out. It's ongoing. So it allows the professionals within the department to actually tackle that. With respect to the schedule, so again, summer 2023, we're expecting early works to start on this project. Financial close for this project is expected in spring of 24. And it's estimated that this wave will be a 5-year build, and we'll be able to open this facility, or this facility, and have patients access to care. I guess compared to the old project, would be an 8 to 10 year build. We'll be able to access in a few years shaved off of that timeline.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that. So just to be clear here, you're going to do a bit of site work or something starting this summer, but any finalization of the cost and the build for the project is not until 2024. I missed something you said there. So just to clarify, when do we have a final price, and when does that contract to build our $2 billion building get signed and construction of that portion get started?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we know that there's different type of work that can be undertaken now and shave off time later on. And that type of work, the early works, will be, the cost of that will be put against the total price of the cost of the project. So, despite not being a clinical feature, the new parkade, that was a very important element for the entire, the campus at the HI. Because there's work to be done there. The new administrative building on top of the ED at the HI, because understanding that the current one would have to be displaced, right? So that type of work, including the work they'll be undertaken this summer, which will include like blasting, demolition, utility tunnels, different studies, whether it be geotechnical studies, vibration studies. Like MRI machines are very sensitive. I'll give that example. So all those types of activities are going to enable that once the project is financially closed, again, which will be next spring, that we can hit the ground running. So we're not wasting any time, understanding that we have work that's still ongoing, but we have a window of opportunity that we can maximize right now and get to work right now.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
When will the final costs of this project be known?
I recognize the honourable member for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
So at financial close in spring 24. Spring 24 at financial close.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much. So we are going to start spending money on this project a year or certainly 9 months before we know the cost of the project. Minister, I know you do not want to reveal any numbers on the project, but perhaps you could share with us how changes in the construction industry have affected your budget envelope with respect or your negotiations. So the Minister of Public Works confirmed what we've been hearing with respect to inflation over the last 12 months, that construction costs have increased in the order of 30%. Is it fair for the Minister to agree that any number that was being considered a year ago is now 30% higher?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So it's not that I don't want to reveal, it's I can't reveal those project costs because I want to ensure and maintain that integrity of the process. So there's a difference between can't and won't. So I just want to clarify that because I do want to maintain the integrity of the process and the value for Nova Scotians of this project. It's very certain that the construction industry has been impacted by a number of factors that we've previously spoken about, whether it be inflation, the cost of building supplies, the labor shortage, different commodities. And this project here itself is certainly not immune to that. And if it's my colleague, the Minister of Public Works, talking about road work, or if it's Nova Scotian building a deck over the last number of years, nobody's immune from that. What our approach, the new approach, the more faster approach that was announced on December 15th allows is more engagement with local contractors. So it does helps mitigate some of the larger construction build risk that would have been experienced with the old plan. By this waived approach, we're mitigating some of those risks. It certainly won't eliminate those risks. And here we are, April, what's the date today? 5th, 6th? April 6th, 2023. This project here is going to take, it'll be a 5-year build. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what's going to look like, what inflation is going to look like, how labor challenges are going to look like, despite government efforts with more opportunities for skilled trades, for example. But these types of investments, even the investments in Cape Breton, this is just wave one, by the way. So these are going to be generational investments and opportunities for Nova Scotians that they know that they're going to be able to find a job in trades for years to come, right? This is wave one, and subsequent waves on delivering healthcare infrastructure in the province. There will be more opportunities for them, more opportunities for local contractors to be engaged in these projects and be part of the solution of improving healthcare, of investing in building our healthcare infrastructure in our province.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we have another year of inflation ahead of us with respect to this contract not being signed until 2024. So I guess my concern that I'm raising is the delays in moving this project forward are costing the taxpayer significantly more money. Anyway, I'll leave that as a comment. What I'd like to go to now is the capital plan estimates for this past fiscal year, and again, a little bit difficult to dissect the amount of capital that you were that the minister was responsible. Forgive me, Mr. Chair. The minister was responsible in this last fiscal year. I believe Health and Wellness had an estimate of capital purchases of $435 million, and then under Public Works, Building and Infrastructure at $56 million. Can you tell me what portion of that capital spend was your responsibility in 22-23?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just seeking clarification, you're looking for the budget from last year for the capital plan, or what exactly?
I recognize the member for Kings South.
So what I'm looking for is the portion of the capital plan that you are responsible for. Let's just say it's all buried in the one number of $435 million in health and wellness. And I'm assuming perhaps you are not responsible for all of that because you have a subset of projects. The underspend in health was $268 million in capital. Is that primarily the delays in getting this project off the ground? So I'm looking at three numbers in health and wellness. 435 was budgeted, 168 was spent, and next year spending 253. So can you confirm that that is, for the most part, the projects that are under your responsibility? Can the minister tell me that?
Before I recognize the minister, I just want to make it official that the NDP time that was gifted to the Liberals has lapsed, and we are now into the regularly scheduled Liberal hour. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I could tell there was a change in the air when that happened. So I'm certainly no financial guru, a financial expert by any means. So I guess the forecast is only. Yeah, so the forecast is based, of course, on what we expect to happen during the year, and there were some new projects announced in year, including TCF that was previously discussed. I'd certainly like to see and know more of the numbers that the member's talking about, because there's some that are within, as he's trying to get to, there's some that are within my purview, some within DHW, but frankly, there's multiple organizations between BUILD, PW, NSH, DHW partners involved in these projects. So if the member has any specific more numbers, or if there's a page in the budget estimates that we could certainly get into. Pardon? 1.8. Okay. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for the clarity. So in that forecast, as I previously noted, there's the new project. So there's overspend and there's underspend. So for the new projects, that would be additional funding reflected in that, in the figure of $167 million there. But I believe the member a couple of questions ago was asking specifically within my purview. So there was an underspend of $265 million for the QE2 redevelopment. That was based on our change in approach, but that money is still, of course, of use. And then in Cape Breton, there was about $92 million in underspending because of, I'd say, procurement challenges and labor challenges that we've worked to mitigate.
I recognize the member for King South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Of the estimate for 2023, which is lower than 2022, it is bigger than what you spent last year at 168. What are your budget estimates on capital spend for this upcoming year? And you seem to be focusing on the two big projects, so maybe those are the only ones that are really spending significant construction dollars, as opposed to the other projects that I presumably are still in design. Am I correct there? Can you give us what you intend to spend on capital this year on Bears Lake and Cape Breton Hospital, and if there's an associated completion date that you think they're going to be completed this year? I think I've heard Bears Lake maybe, but I may be wrong on that. So if you could just clarify your anticipated spend on capital for this upcoming year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So regarding Bears Lake, it's expected that this fiscal year we'll be spending $27 million in capital. The expected substantial completion date is August of this year, and then aiming for fall, winter for opening of that facility. Regarding Cape Breton, $100 million. I'm looking at the member. $100 million in capital, and that includes all of the projects on the island under the redevelopment. With respect to QE2, approximately $130 million, and that will include the early works and the continuation of the procurement process.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank the Minister for that. As I understand it, until a project is actually finalized and priced out and costs become known, they do not appear in the four-year fiscal outlook. Can you confirm that your department has not provided numbers to be included in the four-year fiscal outlook for these major builds that are underway?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So yes, we do provide information to be included in the four-year fiscal plan. And that's based on expectations at the moment for what the next 4 years are going to look like for these projects. And that four-year plan, of course, is revised annually. So if things were to change along with the project, good or bad, then that would be reflected in the four-year plan or four-year fiscal plan in the year subsequent.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's be clear. If we could clarify. So is it fair to say at this point the $130 million for site work has been provided to finance to put into the estimates in the fiscal four-year forecast, but the main build, the $2 billion, has not been provided or does not appear in any way in the fiscal plan?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So yes, the $130 million for site work is included in the estimate. It isn't part of the fiscal plan. As I noted, we do provide provide information to Finance and Treasury and how they include it in out years. I respectfully say that'd be a question for them to answer. But yes, the $130 million is included in this year's estimates.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, it appears clear from the projected net debt from the budget book, page 74, the estimate for 2023 in terms of tangible capital assets are over $1 billion. And then in the 24-25, it shrinks to 935, and then in 25-26, 649, and down to 554. So there seems to be a declining number there, which in fact should be going up with respect to these major builds. But you're saying you don't have that information for us here today, that your main project is or is not in the fiscal plan beyond the site work.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the numbers that we do provide to Finance and Treasury with respect to this project can't be finalized until the procurement closes. So that's ongoing. Again, and I'm stealing a line from the Minister of Public Works here, is we are the builders. We work with our client departments. In my case, we work with Health and Wellness and SH. Other minister works with a number of other departments. So we are the builders. At the end of the day, we don't do the fiscal plan. Again, with respect, that's with Finance and Treasury. And with respect to the TCAs, that line item would fall within the client department. So here would be within Health and Wellness. So it'd be their asset upon completion.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. It seems clear by the numbers that your major build is not in the fiscal plan, and perhaps I could ask the Minister to confirm that by talking to your colleagues and getting back to me. Would you be willing to do that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, again, we do provide them estimates and how Finance and Treasury incorporates that into the fiscal plan. Again, that would be for them. And throughout this process, we will continue to provide them with revised estimates. And in solid figures, again, will only be able to be nailed down once the procurement closes. And at that time, we'll, again, continue to provide them with those numbers and how they're included in the fiscal plan will be, again, for Finance and Treasury.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
So, Minister, I take that as a no, that you're not able to talk to your colleagues at Treasury Board to know whether your project is actually in the fiscal plan.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, again, I'll repeat for the member. So we provide those estimates to Finance and Treasury. We'll continue to provide those numbers. We're following the process that has long existed, that when the member was in government, staff are regularly in communication, provide timely and regular updates, and again, and how Finance and Treasury takes that data and the estimates that we provide them and that staff provide them. Again, that's their decision, which I respect. But again, we're following the process that has long stood in government. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. And again, you have clarified that that's a no, which, well, I'll leave my editorial comments away. So my last question should be easy. So it's a yes or no. Your government has passed legislation that requires any new build or major retrofit in government buildings, including schools, hospitals, that enter the planning stage, not the idea stage, the planning stage, after 2022 to be net zero energy, performance, and climate resilient. So a significant number of new hospital infrastructure builds were announced by this government. Will these builds be held to these requirements?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, of course, we take the impacts of climate change and action on behalf of government to tackle climate change and striving for net zero very seriously. So when we're looking at new builds, of course, we take into consideration part of the design phase is accessibility, environmental standards, inclusivity standards for all Nova Scotians. So yeah, of course, we're looking at how we can best build these buildings with the approaches that are required and the standards that are needed to meet the needs.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
I think I'm going to ask for a supplementary, Madam Chair. Thank you. That was not a yes or no. I think the legislation is very clear, net zero. Will this government be building all new buildings heading into the planning stage, and the ones that you are responsible, after December 2022 to be net zero?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia's and Internal Affairs. Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the new builds that we announced in December 22, we're targeting sustainable energy efficiency and with LEED Silver rating and with an energy target. So I'm leaning on the experts that are the subject matter experts that are in the department regarding that. And it'd be certainly net zero ready.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's not how the legislation reads. It reads to be net zero energy performance. Anyway, I will leave that. This was the government's bill, which got support from all of the House, and I just want to remind you and your staff of that very public legislative commitment to Nova Scotians with respect to future builds. So I want to thank the Minister for responding to my questions, and the staff. The Minister and his staff have a big responsibility here with respect to the size of this generational project, and I believe it must be particularly challenging, as I've indicated before earlier, in being an untendered project, to ensure that taxpayers' money are being prudently and fiscally responsibly spent. So I wish you success in achieving that. I think you have a challenge, but I'll leave it at that and turn it over to my colleague from Clayton Park West.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have just a couple of questions about the Bayers Lake Outpatient Centre in my riding. And I remember, I believe it's going to be almost 6 years, because it was announced in April, late April of 2017. I was newly nominated. I didn't know what it was. I was asked to go join Premier McNeil and many MLAs for this announcement. So since then, I've heard many things, and I'm so excited that this project that we brought forward back in 2017, that was by the opposition at the time, said it was in the wrong place, it was bad, it was whatever. Now it is the only project on time, on budget, and we are so excited. And you have no idea the need that there is in this area of Halifax West, where the growth has boomed beyond our expectation, and it's all wonderful. But the whole point was to bring services to where people live. And this has become the ideal place. And in fact, this government has announced another place after that. So I have a couple of questions. I believe my colleague from the NTP asked for the exact price and time. So it's on budget and on time. If I could, I've heard a couple of different timing. August as the opening. I have a doctor that I spoke to, and they feel that it may be November. They've been asked to start working. So I've got a couple of dates. If you can confirm the amount of money, the budget, and the time of opening.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, I mean, this is a really good project. I mean, about 40% of the residents living in rural communities are accessing care at the QE2 site. I mean, this is going to be, it's prime location near the 102 and the 103 series highways with a number of the different services going to be provided there once complete. As I previously noted, the budget for that project is in the ballpark of $152 million. It is on budget. So to clarify the members' concerns regarding opening date, so substantial completion is expected in August of this year. Substantial completion doesn't mean opening up the facility. Once it's completed in August, that facility would be transferred over to NSH, Nova Scotia Health, and then they'll have to do whatever work's required there to get it ready for patients to be welcomed. First patients expected to be welcomed in November of this year, or fall, I should say fall of this year. So you heard it from the horse's mouth, if you want to call me a horse.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister. That's exactly what they said. It's approximately early November to be ready for that. So that's very exciting and very happy about that. I also wanted to ask a question, something I've been advocating for. You've heard me many times. And I want to understand physically if the building, what's the difference when you build an urgent care and when you build a walk-in clinic or a family practice. Right now, I went up to the Bayers Lake and I toured it while it was still in studs, and it was 16 or 17 rooms for a walk-in clinic or a family practice. So what is the difference physically if this has to change into urgent care? What does it mean financially, and is it fit? What's the difference between the two?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I did also have the opportunity to take a tour of that site back in January, I believe it was, and to see firsthand the amazing work that's being done there. To see, the underground parkade for dialysis patients who are, acutely or chronically ill and have to go through, frequent and long treatment of hemodialysis many times a week, and so just having that extra, I guess, care that they don't have to, weather the elements or go outside. That's, that's a different, I think, a bonus for those patients there as well. But certainly, it's moving along very well, and even the rehab center, just a lot of the natural light there. It's overlooking. The landscape there is it's going to be a beautiful location, and certainly if any patient, if they would have to have care there, I think rather than being boxed into a basement office with cement walls compared to a open concept, bright light, natural light facility is going to be much more of a pleasant experience for them, and I'd say probably contribute to their overall mental well-being, and also improve their physical well-being on their path in their journey to recovery. With respect to urgent care, to what's being offered here, now I'll just go again through what will be offered here. The COC, the Collaborative Outpatient Center, projects 280,000 patient visits a year, so significant patient volume there. It's going to add much needed capacity to an already service that has a high demand, or two services, both being specimen collection and diagnostic imaging. So for specimen collection, the COC is expecting to be able to provide an additional 79,000 appointments for patients annually. For diagnostic imaging, the COC will provide an additional 45,000 appointments for patients annually. Other services that the facility will provide are primary care, so patient assessment and examination of patients on the Need a Family Practice Registry. Diagnostic imaging, so general radiography, so X-ray, ultrasound, and bone densitometry. Post-surgery, post-treatment follow-up. Eye care, so biometrics and corneal topography, photography, fundus photography, another bunch of medical terms. The specimen collection, as I noted, the orthopedic assessment center and rehab. So there'd be RN, physiotherapy patient assessments for both pre-op and post-op, and managing the rehabilitation of those patients, and as well as the hemodialysis satellite center that I noted, 24 stations. So I guess, again, as I noted to the member's colleague, we are the builders. In this case, so we work very closely with our clients and work very close with DHW and NSH on what they want to be offered. And so when that decision to provide a service, to build a facility, it's not just about the space, it's also factoring in the staffing needs for that. So respectfully, if there's anything beyond what is currently being built and soon to open, I know the member's very excited, I direct the member to go back to DHW for further clarification there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. And I'm very happy that you listed all these, so diagnostic, ultrasound, orthopedic as well. So all these are perfect for minor emergencies that we may need. So everything is there. And that is the point, that we have all these services. We are really just about staffing. I just wanted to make sure that I am correct, that this is about staffing and not about the building not set up for urgent care. That is what's important to me. If you, I see more than I actually expected in whether it's ultrasound, whether it's specimen collection, all these things are very important to get diagnosis for urgent care. Am I correct?
No, I'm doing a closing remarks. Yeah. 2 minutes.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I want to clarify something, and I don't want my words to be twisted today or at a future date because I know how this game works sometimes. It's not just about staffing, right? There's much more to a facility than just staffing, and it's much more than just space as well. Again, the genesis of the vision of the services and the facility to be provided or to be constructed, as the member is very well knows, many years ago by her government, and I give credit there, was not. There was no plan at that time to build. There's no ED, there's no emergency room there. It's not being built for overnight capacity. There's no patient rooms, acute care rooms, long-term care rooms, anything like that. Every building, so whether we're talking about the COC or buildings part of wave one of the more faster plan, every building has a different type of classification to meet the needs of what's being provided. So it's not just space, it's not just staffing, it's not just the services, it's the entire picture. So it's not just one corner of the picture to be taken in consideration here. Again, as the builders, I'd say I'm not in a position to say what services are or not, or should be included in a type of a facility that the member is talking about. But again, I direct her to be speaking with my colleagues at DHW.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister. And I just never seem to get a straight answer to what is urgent care. All I want is the same services, whether I call it urgent care or walk-in clinic, as long as people in the middle of the night or evening, as long as we get 24-hour care, that will elevate a lot of the simple things that people are going to the Halifax Infirmary and lining up for 12 to 13 hours just because they're not urgent or not as complicated, I should say. That is the right place to hold, to give those services to the people. And as you said, it has amazing access from highway, and it will support the increase in population. And we know that when this was decided on, if it was announced in 2017, it was probably in the works 2 or 3 years prior to that. And at that time, we didn't have this influx in population. Things have changed, and we need to move with the change. So I will say that and leave it with you. I understand you can't answer me on that, but I am happy that you listed all these services. That, to me, it definitely has everything we need. We just need the staff, and we need the money to staff it. The other thing that I wanted to ask about is this community transition that you've announced. What is it? When is it supposed to open? What services will be offered? If you can enlighten us on this new announcement as well.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So a number of the elements that the member spoke about: population growth, the needs for more care, this access to services, wait times in our ERs. That is part of the crux of our More Faster plan. That is one element of why we not only we changed our approach of delivering on the next generation or the new generation plan, but also delivering more and faster. Okay, so if you look at, and I put my former clinical hat on as a paramedic, and it's still relevant to this day. Why are folks tied up in waiting in hospital, and particularly in the ER? We'll take that example. So whether you're on a stretcher in the hallway, whether you're a patient in the waiting room, part of it is that we have folks in acute care beds on a floor above that do not need acute care beds. They need care, but do not need hospital care. So that's one of the key elements of providing care, but in a different fashion, in a different type of facility. And that's why we're really excited to have been able to announce 2 transition community facilities. So the one in Bedford is very well known, of course, with that ongoing work. So the transition community facility, those types of facilities, I don't want it to be misinterpreted that as an absolute in-between from hospital and long-term care facility. It's not expected that everybody going from hospital to the TCF is going to go into long-term care. It's going to be an opportunity or a facility where patients will be able to be rehabilitated. Some will be able to transition back to home, back to community, whether it be an assisted living facility, back with their loved ones, or back independently. There will be others that will live in long-term care facilities. What this means is improves flow. We need. Part of the More Faster plan was beds. So we have the addition of acute care beds, but we also have the addition of TCF beds, while ensuring that Nova Scotians that need care are getting the care, but at the right place at the right time, albeit not in a hospital. So it's a different. It's a different idea, a different concept for Nova Scotia, for Atlantic Canada. It's not the first in Canada, but it's a different approach. We have to look at things differently when we're talking about the delivery of healthcare. It's about modernizing and transforming. The Minister of Health talks at great length of ensuring that clinicians practice to their full scope of practice, but we also have to look at facilities and how they're going to be provided care, and it's just making sure they have the right care at the right place at the right time.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm very happy that this is coming and it's in Bayers Lake. I just wanted to know the location. Is it going to be a 10-story? What are you expecting to build there, and what's the cost of this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair. So the land purchase at Bayers Lake has been finalized. Right now we're continuing on the design and development phase of this particular TCF, while we continue the work on the broad breadth of the other infrastructure projects on the peninsula or in the HRM. With respect to the entire budget, that will be to be determined as we continue to move forward with the design and development phase. But we're going to certainly be maximizing the land that we have to ensure that we Nova Scotians have the best benefit of the care that they can receive at this facility.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Minister, what I'm looking for is the location. Is it attached to the Bayers Lake Outpatient Center? And I also keep hearing you saying COC, and I call it BLOC. So I just want to make sure, is there a new name for the Bayers Lake Outpatient Center? I hear you say COC. I call it BL block. So if we can clarify that as well. And where is this new transition? Is it going to be very close to the Bayers Lake Outpatient Center? Where is that piece of land?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
So my mind is full of abbreviations and acronyms. So my apologies if I use BLCOC or COC, but Bayers Lake COC or COC, all the same. We only have one COC that we're talking about, so we're happy on the same page there. With respect to the location, it'll be on land adjacent to the COC, BLCOC, but not attached to the existing building.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you. That ends my questions, and I'll give it to my colleague from Bedford South. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the Minister and the staff for their time today. Just two very quick questions, and then we'll pass it on to the Minister of Public Works to provide closing remarks. But promise. The Minister mentioned earlier when discussing it with the member from, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pure, I think, around the transitional care facility in Bedford, which is in my riding. I believe the Minister said $15 million was the cost of renovations there. 1.5, I believe, if you could just confirm that. And also, what we've seen different numbers floated around in media and elsewhere. What was the cost to government of actually purchasing the building, excluding the renovation costs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the asset in Bedford had a total cost of $34.4 million. The $15 million I cited earlier includes not only the renovations, it also includes the design, the equipment, and the technology, all included for that facility there. So it's a part of a bigger umbrella.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the Minister for that. Just another quick question about the VG. Obviously, we all agree that it's a facility that's well past its useful life, and we need to get patients out of there as quickly as possible. I'm just wondering if the Minister can tell us when we might expect to see patients moved out of the VG site.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I certainly appreciate the long-standing need to move things along with the Victoria General. Been there a number of times in my past career, and it was there's some difficult situations that patients have to experience. It was for water, for access to a shower, for example. So I understand, and not only for patients, but also for staff that have to work in different difficult conditions. So I understand, which is not necessarily under my purview, but there are improvements underway that have, to mitigate some of those challenges for staff and for patients, while we continue to work on what we announced on December 15th, and essentially, again, addressing the most urgent needs, the acute needs of the healthcare system when it comes to infrastructure, ER, OR capacity, and more beds. And beds, whether it be at the HI site or, as we've been discussing here, a different model of care through TCF. So a lot of effort to move forward and continue that wave one approach, recognizing and tackling the urgent needs that we're faced today, but certainly understand that there's improvements ongoing within PW and DHW to address some of the concerns that exist today.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the members of the committee. I appreciate your thoughtful questions, and I hope that our time that we had together last evening, and of course with the Minister here today, has provided you with insight into the great work that happens at Public Works. Of course, Public Works would achieve nothing without the hard work and dedication of our staff. Many of these exceptional people have worked overtime during this budget legislative session. I feel that we all owe them a debt of gratitude, and I want to personally thank each and every one of them for their profound professionalism. Madam Chair, my appreciation extends beyond the walls of my department to our Crown corporations. I know that staff have been working equally hard at Build Nova Scotia and the Joint Regional Transportation Agency. In my opening remarks, I said that I am proud of the work we do to build and renovate our healthcare infrastructure, to provide a safe and efficient transportation system, and to construct and maintain government buildings. This is the work of thousands of the most committed public servants in government, and they do it every day on behalf of Nova Scotians. It truly is a privilege to be the minister of this department. And with those few words, I will move the sum not exceeding $672,290,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Public Works pursuant to the estimate. Thank you.
Shall the resolution stand?
Yes.
The resolution is stood. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Community Services, Resolution E4.
E4, resolution that a sum not exceeding $1,299,913,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Community Services pursuant to the estimate. And with that, I will call a short recess.
Order, please. Reconvening the Committee of the Whole House on Supply. We are now contemplating the Minister of Community Services estimate, and I will recognize the Minister to offer her opening remarks and introduce any of her staff that she may have here. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am so honored to rise here today and be able to present the 2023 and 2024 budget for the Department of Community Services, the Office of All New Affairs, and the Nova Scotia Advisory Council on the Status of Women. Here with me is the incredible Deputy Tracy Tawil for Community Services and Status of Women, and to my left is the wonderful Dale McLellan, Executive Director, Finance for Community Services. And Mr. Chair, above we have a number of colleagues that are assisting me here today. We have Ian from All New Affairs. I'm pleased to also introduce Shelley, Lisa, Tracy, Joy, Leanne, and Michelle. And Mr. Chair, we have our office back at DCS watching and are in tune as well. So I would like to, Mr. Chair, just to add context to the work and programs I'm about to outline. I will first provide background about the department and the people we are privileged to serve. The Department of Community Services is committed to supporting the long-term independence, self-reliance, and security of the people we serve. These include children and youth in care, families caring for children with disabilities, people trying to connect to employment, and those struggling to find suitable, affordable housing. All Nova Scotians, Mr. Chair, deserve to live a dignified life, and my department provides a lift for people who need it the most. I cannot overstate that collaboration and partnership are essential in delivering services to clients. I want to personally thank the many stakeholders, volunteers, community organizations, nonprofits, and service providers who work tirelessly in communities across the province. We could not do any of this, Mr. Chair, without them. Their work is often difficult, yet their commitment, kindness, and tenacity has been unwavering. Through COVID, Hurricane Fiona, and this year's polar vortex, our team and service providers worked quickly together to ensure Nova Scotians were taken care of in the most extreme circumstances. Day by day, we support Nova Scotia's most vulnerable people to provide shelter, build skills, connect to employment, and connect to our beautiful communities. At times, however, people's challenges can be overwhelming. Sometimes these challenges are economic, a lack of access to food, shelter, and transportation. Rising inflation, lack of affordable housing, and increasing food prices have compounded these challenges for people who are struggling. Other times, it can be a need for services or family supports. For example, to help parents raise their children and keep them safe and healthy, or a need for services and support after fleeing domestic violence. Poverty and life challenges impact people in different ways, and our role is to provide effective supports and assistance so all Nova Scotians can live happy and fulfilling lives. Mr. Chair, these services will play a significant role in contributing to better futures and improving the overall health and well-being of people living in communities throughout this province. The budget for community services is increasing by $82.3 million to more than $1.299 billion in support of Nova Scotians who need it the most. This investment will support our province's children and ensure they and their families are better positioned to achieve success. It will allow those experiencing homelessness to get the wraparound supports they need. And it will provide more opportunities for those living with disabilities, including children, to access supports and services they need and the opportunity to live in their own communities. We know our clients need many different types of support. Their challenges may include uncertain physical and mental health issues relating to addiction, lack of affordable housing, and community and family breakdowns. We work with our service providers to ensure all Nova Scotians can access the services they need. Mr. Chair, there is no question that a strong health care system is foundational to supporting Nova Scotia's most vulnerable citizens. This year's budget is focused on my government's plan to fix health care, and we are picking up momentum. We will do whatever it takes and invest what it takes to fix health care and deliver the care that Nova Scotians' families need and deserve. It is important to remember, Mr. Chair, that investments in health care will benefit all Nova Scotians, including our most vulnerable. We want real results for real people. Access to doctors, more nurses at the bedside, shorter wait times, ambulances available when people need them, more beds and long-term care spaces, and ERs that work. We are making progress, but it will take time. Ultimately, Budget 2023 helps move our province forward, and the investments made in healthcare will support all Nova Scotians. Healthier people are the foundation of a strong economy, and a strong economy in turn helps everyone. Mr. Chair, we know that investments in families are fundamental to breaking the cycle of poverty that often repeats generation after generation. Evidence shows working with children and families early can help them better manage challenges and can dramatically improve their outcomes. We want to position children well. We want to position children well to overcome the challenges in their lives. We want them to be happy, to be productive, and to positively contribute to the world. Mr. Chair, this year's budget contains an increased investment of $19.3 million to build on programs and create a number of new supports to help young people build bright futures and find success. Like all Nova Scotians, our government is concerned about the ongoing impact inflation is having on the cost of living in our province. The inflationary pressures we're seeing across the country and around the world have been making life harder, and I know many families are struggling. We want to provide more financial support to low-income families receiving the Nova Scotia Child Benefit. With an investment of $8 million, our government is increasing the amount that families with low income families with incomes below $34,000 receive under the Nova Scotia Child Benefit. As you know, this benefit is a tax-free payment to families to help with the cost of raising children under 18 years of age. This investment will grow to $10.7 million. Mr. Chair, there will be a $250 increase for the first child and each subsequent child for families earning between $0 and $26,000. $250 increase for first child and $125 for each subsequent child for those earning between $26,000 to $34,000. This investment will give these families, Mr. Chair, even more support at a vital time in their children's lives. As you may know, each year in Nova Scotia, approximately 120 youth transition out of care on their 19th birthday. In some cases, young people transitioning out of the care system face poverty and housing challenges before they have a chance to understand the steps required to successfully transition into adulthood. We need to better support these young people as they take their first tentative steps to independence and building their futures. Mr. Chair, this year's budget will increase support for youth leaving care and will allow them to access the help they need as they continue to grow and develop. Through a $3.9 million investment, my department is providing annual financial supports for youth who are leaving care. Financial assistance will span 6 years, decreasing each year as youth become more independent. This financial support will allow these young people to support themselves as they transition into adulthood. Mr. Chair, we are also creating 15 new outreach youth outreach worker positions. This is a community-based program for vulnerable youth between the ages of 12 and 24. Youth outreach workers provide day-to-day living supports, such as finding and maintaining a suitable place to live, teaching skills required to live independently, and providing opportunities to build supportive and safe connections and attachments in the community. In addition, we are establishing a new Youth Outreach Plus program, which will offer intensive clinical supports for youth with complex needs. Many young people across the province benefit from guidance, support, and caring from their family members as they transition from youth to independent adulthood. These supports will provide young people with a better foundation to achieve a healthy future. Mr. Chair, we want to help young people build connections to communities, build self-confidence, and develop a career path. In addition to creating some financial security, we know that work is important for young people because it builds their self-esteem and self-confidence. It develops their ability to manage personal and social relationships, and it creates important learning opportunities to develop new skills. Within our Employment Support Services Division, we work to ensure vulnerable young people have access to skills upgrading, training, education, and job opportunities. To strengthen our commitment to young people and to help them build their skills and find meaningful work, the province is investing an additional $6.2 million to improve and expand employment support programs. Mr. Chair, specifically, we are expanding the Digital Skills to Succeed to include youth living in low-income households who may be experiencing barriers to employment. Digital Skills to Succeed is helping young people learn digital literacy, wellness, and employment skills in a fun way. And expanding the eligibility will allow even more young people to partake in this innovative learning experience. 2, we are expanding the Career Rising program to include low-income youth who are not otherwise attached to DCS but are identified through key community partners like Schools Plus and youth outreach programs. We will also create 3 new delivery sites. These locations are still being determined, but will be based where there is the greatest need. Mr. Chair, the goal of the Career Rising program is to support high school students to gain work experience, develop their career goals, and go on to post-secondary education. Career Rising is delivered at 5 sites across the province, including North Sydney, Glace Bay, Sydney, New Glasgow, Truro, Bridgewater, and Kentville. And Mr. Chair, number 3, we are enhancing the Youth Development Initiative by expanding criteria to include all young people from low-income households. The Youth Development Initiative funds career-focused, community-based projects and wage subsidies for Nova Scotia youth between the ages of 12 to 20 who are attached to DCS programming and enrolled in or returning to school. These programs help our young people get the life skills, education, and work experience they need to succeed. As you know, last year the province expanded the Afrocentric Youth Development Initiative for African Nova Scotian youth. Projects were designed by the communities that delivered them in partnership with the Association of Black Social Workers. Mr. Chair, participants learned about their African Nova Scotian communities as a way to gain a new appreciation for their own history and resilience. This year, we are going to replicate this model to serve the following groups: youth living in poverty, Indigenous youth, newcomer youth, and youth living with a disability or mental health challenge. And 4, Mr. Chair, we are improving and enhancing the EDGE program. EDGE is a peer support and life skills program available to Nova Scotians who are 18 to 26 and receiving either income assistance. Additionally, the program has expanded to include integrated mental health supports. It also reaches youth transitioning out of care and youth at risk of attachment to income assistance. It was designed in partnership with young adults to meet their unique needs. EDGE currently operates out of 6 sites: Fairview, North End, Halifax, Kentville, Bridgewater, New Glasgow, and Sydney. This year's budget establishes ongoing funding to continue services at all EDGE program sites and to increase participants. Mr. Chair, in addition, we will be developing virtual delivery methods for EDGE to improve program reach and increase mental health supports. These investments all demonstrate my department's commitment to helping young people develop increased resiliency, build connections to communities, enhance their self-confidence, create a career path, and live full and prosperous lives. Mr. Chair, evidence also clearly shows that prevention and early intervention programs are key to helping families at risk. At DCS, we often support families and children when there is a crisis. However, as you are likely aware, we are committed to moving to a system that focuses more on prevention and early intervention. The main pillars of prevention and early intervention include parenting, education, and family support, home-based visitation, youth programs and services, sexual violence prevention and support, and family preservation, family violence, and community mobilization. Last year, government invested an additional $2.3 million so more children and families across Nova Scotia can access prevention and early intervention programs. In 2023-24, we will build on that investment with $7.8 million in new funding to continue expanding our programming in more communities across the province, and we will introduce new services and supports. I am pleased to detail another positive change my department has implemented to better support child and family well-being. Mr. Chair, when a decision is made to bring a child into the temporary care of the minister, staff of community services are committed to supporting the reunification of the child with their parent or guardian. For some families, this includes helping to ensure parents or guardians have the financial resources to maintain a safe and healthy home for their children to live. Many families rely on the Canada Child Benefit as a substantial part of their household income. Eligibility for the Canadian Child Benefit is determined by the Canada Revenue Agency through federal legislation. Mr. Chair, when a child must be brought into the temporary care of the minister, all provinces in Canada make application to the Canada Revenue Agency to receive the Children's Special Allowance. This allowance is a federal payment to help provinces and child welfare agencies offset the costs of caring for a child in care. Mr. Chair, this application results in Canada Child Benefit payments to the family being discontinued. We know the loss of this money can have a considerable negative impact on some families at a very difficult time in their lives. Mr. Chair, indeed, the loss of this payment may have a direct impact on a family's ability to establish or maintain a stable and safe home for their child. As such, our department conducted a review into this practice and the unintended impacts. As a result, we have implemented financial stability payments for all families whose children are in temporary care and custody. We are providing $500 monthly per child to the family, aligning with what most have been receiving via the Canadian Child Benefit. And we are providing $700 monthly per child if the family had been receiving the Child Disability Benefit. Mr. Chair, these payments will continue for 90 days after the family is reunified to give time for the Canada Child Benefit to begin again. I'm proud to say that Nova Scotia is the first province in Canada to undertake this type of initiative. We are always looking to support the reunification of families, and I think this is an important step forward. Mr. Chair, Human trafficking and sexual exploitation are serious health, social, and public safety concerns. It takes the combined work and energy of government, communities, service and support organizations, and victims and their families to create real change. Support for youth in care who have been or are at risk of being sexually exploited remains a priority this year. This funding, now at $1.8 million annually, ensures these youth have safe and caring places to live and have access to innovative programming, which addresses individual needs such as health, education, social, and emotional development. Community Services is also working with the IWK to further grow the skills and abilities of caregivers and staff who serve this segment of vulnerable youth. Mr. Chair, I thank our partners for their commitment to help end this complex, pervasive issue that has a devastating impact on people and communities. Working together, our focus is to improve supports for victims, increase public awareness, and prevent sexual violence from occurring. Government has worked closely with the YWCA in Halifax to develop the Nova Scotia Transition and Advocacy for Youth. This community-based program, known as NSTAY, helps young people who are being sexually exploited or trafficked and their families. Through this program, Nova Scotians can access supports and services available in communities across the province. We are also part of the YWCA Halifax-led Trafficking and Exploitation System, or TESS, an interagency partnership. The network includes over 140 professionals and community leaders working with youth who experience sexual exploitation. Mr. Chair, in addition, the Jane Paul Indigenous Women's Resource Centre provides important services in the Sydney area. I would also like to mention the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association and their work with the Mi'kmaq communities. Mr. Chair, through the association's work, trafficking awareness materials are available in Mi'kmaq language. The online training course supporting survivors of sexual violence is also a key resource to provide information to Nova Scotians. Through sexual violence prevention and innovation grants, organizations and groups across the province receive funding to develop innovative ideas to create with their peers and be part of communities that are healthier, safer, and more resilient. The department also continues to work together with Mi'kmaq Family and Children's Services to better meet the needs of Mi'kmaq children and their families. Working in partnership, support is provided to on-reserve child and family wellness services through staffing, training, technology, and placement services. Mr. Chair, every child deserves to have a safe, loving, nurturing home. Foster parents provide this for our most vulnerable children. They are some of the most dedicated volunteers in our province. I can't thank them enough for their commitment and for all that they do. Currently, there are about 650 foster caregivers who open their hearts and homes to our most vulnerable children. This total includes full-time caregivers as well as individuals who offer part-time respite relief. We want to improve, Mr. Chair, support to our foster families and to the children in their care. To that end, we have introduced a new approach called Mockingbird Family to foster care in Nova Scotia. This is a world-renowned approach adopted internationally, including in the United Kingdom, Australia, and the United States, and we think it will be a great fit for our province. The Mockingbird Family concept features constellations with a hub or central home having 6 to 10 satellite homes connected to it. The hub home is a familiar and comfortable place where children and youth can gather for fun or social events, as well as a location for peer support and respite care if the child, youth, and/or foster caregiver needs a break. Satellite homes are foster homes that offer full-time care to children or youth in care. This approach creates an extended family-like model with a sense of community and support between satellite homes that feed into the central hub home, as though with a grandparent or auntie's house. And I'm sure we can all relate to that. Families will have a network of peers who understand the unique challenges that come with caring for children, youth, and their families. Children and young people will have a community of caring adults and peers who know them and ensure they have the support and a place where they feel like they belong. Mr. Chair, in 2022, the department implemented the first 2 constellations in the province, one in Halifax and one in Cape Breton. Staff will continue to gather feedback and learnings from these 2 constellations before expanding the program across Nova Scotia starting in November 2023. This is all part of a 3-year, $34 million investment to support the redesign of foster care in our province to provide more supports that families and children need to flourish. It's an exciting time for foster care in Nova Scotia, and I know the new supports will help foster caregivers and children to grow and thrive. To that end, Mr. Chair, we always need more foster families. I'd like to use every opportunity to encourage people who are interested in possibly becoming a foster care parent to reach out to the department to learn more. Homelessness, Mr. Chair. Having a place to live provides security, stability, and a sense of belonging. The causes of homelessness are complicated and varied. They may include uncertain physical and mental health challenges relating to addiction, community and family breakdown, and lack of affordable housing. Addressing homelessness has high potential to reduce pressures on the healthcare system, hospital beds, emergency rooms, and on the justice system as well. Homelessness and a lack of affordable housing is a problem too significant and too complex for one level of government, one private sector organization, or one nonprofit group to fix on its own. Rather, it will take a focus and sustained commitment to make real change, change that seeks to address the root causes of homelessness. That calls upon all of us, Mr. Chair, to take up this challenge together, and we are seeing progress. This year, the budget to provide supports for those experiencing homelessness will be increased by $8.2 million, bringing the total investment in homelessness to $18 million. Mr. Chair, we know that sometimes our clients need help paying their rent. To that end, we have invested in changes to the rent supplement program to provide more funding to income assistant clients. This increased funding came into effect on March 1st, 2023 and will support over 3,000 clients. We are focused on creating safe places for people to stay and be supported, while we collectively work with our colleagues across government to increase the affordable housing stock in this province. As you are likely aware, the winter weather brings challenges to those who don't have a safe, warm place to sleep. My department has worked hard to ensure people have a roof over their heads during the colder winter months. In the last few months, we have announced new temporary winter shelters in Amherst, Dartmouth, and Lower Sackville for those experiencing homelessness. This has added 60 new emergency shelter beds across the province. This is in addition to the new emergency shelter on North Park Street in Halifax. Mr. Chair, we also invested in ensuring that when bad weather hits, our shelters can keep the lights and heat on and stay focused on supporting the people they serve. We recently made a $1 million investment through the generator program at Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage to purchase generators for all provincially funded shelters. For many years, the sector had been asking for this support. We are pleased to have provided them with this peace of mind. The North Park shelter, operated by 902 Man Up, is working closely with the Halifax Infirmary Emergency Department by providing 5 beds so that patients who are experiencing homelessness may be discharged to the shelter. Mr. Chair, this effort has also provided relief to the healthcare system, as it means there are fewer people seeking shelter, and emergency departments and hospital beds can be freed up for new patients. Over the past year, we provided 8 communities outside HRM with $95,000 each to fund housing support services, diversion support, and emergency hotel rooms when shelters are at capacity, or for people better served within a hotel environment. We've also committed the first annual funding for Open Arms, Viola's Place, and Pictou County Roots for Youth and Truro Homeless Outreach Society to stabilize and professionalize staff operations. We acknowledge the incredible support provided by housing support workers to individuals and families across the province who are seeking housing. Housing support workers make referrals to various income and social agencies and provide ongoing support for individuals and families to maintain their housing. Mr. Chair, we are increasing funding so that 22 more housing support workers can be hired by various service providers across the province to meet the growing demand for their services. This year, we are partnering with public housing to better support homeless individuals to transition into public housing units. We know that some supports are needed to make this a successful partnership and have provided $325,000 for 5 housing support workers dedicated to supporting this pilot initiative. Mr. Chair, shelters are important, but they are not the long-term solution. We believe supportive housing is the path to help more Nova Scotians. Over the past several years, the department has, as a whole, been moving away from a crisis-driven system to one that is preventative and responsive. This change is reflected in our work to help those experiencing homelessness. Many of these Nova Scotians have challenges that make it difficult to live in housing without additional supports. This could mean various models of support: treatment for addiction, harm reduction services, mental health care, or primary health care, for example. It is our goal, Mr. Chair, and part of our departmental mandate to provide more permanent, supportive housing across this province. Currently, we are implementing the province's first supportive housing approach. The goal is to expand the number of units province-wide along a continuum of supports. To do this, we're working with the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Department of Health and Wellness, the Office of Mental Health and Addictions, and Justice. Mr. Chair, there are currently 521 supportive housing units funded by DCS across the province. The majority of these, over 61%, are new within the last year. In the coming months, we hope to have more units operational. Recently opened supportive housing includes the Overlook in Dartmouth, a property transformed into a permanent home for 60 people who are chronically unhoused. Mr. Chair, the Diamond Bailey House opened this month, and it is welcoming the first of their guests. And funding was just announced for a new property in Cape Breton for the Cape Breton Community Housing Association to support 6 men experiencing chronic homelessness. Our colleagues at Municipal Affairs and Housing have also been partnering with us to allow for more supportive housing units. The Community Housing Acquisition Program, or better known as CHAP, supports the purchase of existing properties by community partners to preserve affordable housing and expand the supply of non-market housing. 5 buildings have been purchased to date through CHAP and transition to supportive housing, and DCS funds the operations of these properties. In addition, both Community Services and the Department of Justice have announced supportive housing for people of all genders leaving corrections. We know that people exiting corrections have an increased risk of experiencing homelessness, and we want to ensure that they are supported as they transition back to community. For example, DCS announced $559,000 annually to the Elizabeth Fry Society to run its Access program in Sydney, which will provide transitional supportive housing for 6 women at a time. In Halifax, the John Howard Society of Nova Scotia opened Tamarack House, the transitional supportive housing for 10 men exiting corrections. Community Services is also funding projects that address specific cultural needs. Mr. Chair, we have provided $350,000 to the North End Community Health Centre to provide supportive housing for men from the African Nova Scotia community. Mr. Chair, we know that young people experiencing homelessness lack many of the social supports necessary for the transition from childhood to adulthood. In situations like these, they do not have a stable or consistent place to live or source of income, nor do they have adequate access to the support of networks necessary to support a safe transition into adulthood. To that end, my department is working to increase our supports for young people. The province continues to invest in the Portal Youth Outreach Association to support 3 transitional houses in Windsor, Kentville, and Middleton for young people experiencing homelessness in the Annapolis Valley. Young people can stay in these houses from 3 months to 3 years, depending on their needs and their capacity to transition to permanent housing. Mr. Chair, I am pleased these young people are now receiving wraparound supports, including school and career planning, guidance, peer support, and mental health supports. Mr. Chair, I would like to mention a recent unusual weather event and the incredible and unprecedented response by DCS staff, service providers, community organizations, and individuals across this province. As the polar vortex swept through Nova Scotia in early February, our staff, service providers, and other partners worked hard to prepare. Plans were developed to ensure vulnerable Nova Scotians had access to a safe, warm place to stay. Safety checks were done regularly during the extreme cold in the spirit of neighbor helping neighbor. A lot was learned from the response to this weather event, and professional relationships have grown even stronger since then. I can't say enough, Mr. Chair, about everyone involved in this effort, and I personally want to thank them all for their hard work and dedication to the people we serve. Mr. Chair, I believe it's fair to say that each of us here today shares the same goal. We want a province with no limitations, a place where Nova Scotians can work, live, and contribute to their communities without barriers, not only to contribute, but to actively participate in the opportunities our communities and province have to offer. People living with disabilities have historically faced barriers to employment, living close to home, or participating in community events. My department has been working diligently on innovative solutions to supporting people with disabilities in our province, and I am delighted to provide you with some of that detail. This year, the budget investment and disability support program is significant. $42.6 million more in programs to further improve services and supports for Nova Scotians living with disabilities. This represents an 8% increase from last year, Mr. Chair. It is recognized globally that institutionalized residential settings for people living with disabilities represent an outdated model of care. These facilities limited participant choice, independence, community inclusion, privacy, and quality of life. In recognition of the positive impact community living can have on participants and communities alike, government has made the commitment to phasing out these institutions over time. We know that living in a community allows people to be part of a neighborhood, to feel valued for their contributions, and to have the ability to pursue the lives they choose. This budget contains a continued investment to phase out large facilities, create community placement capacity, and restrict new admissions. The happiness and safety of each of our participants is paramount in everything that we do. And I want to assure you that as we plan these moves, we work hand in hand with each person and in collaboration with their families to honor their strengths, needs, and capacities of each individual. Mr. Chair, like all of us, participants who are moving out of these large settings want to be included in picking where they will be living and who will be supporting them. We will also maintain existing programming and supports as participants transition into the community. Mr. Chair, we know that children with disabilities are more likely to achieve success when they receive services at a younger age and when their families are supported to care for them at home. And so, over the past year, we increased funding and programming for families that care for children with disabilities. There are several key changes being made to improve the programs and better support families. Funding is being scaled up by approximately 25% for each family. All families will see an increase in their monthly funding between $100 to $200. The increase is relative to a family's level of need. To align with this change, the DFSC policy maximums have been raised by $200 to ensure that all families benefit from this change. Mr. Chair, an inclusion benefit of $115 a month is being introduced to the DFSC program with no requirement to submit receipts. The intent of this benefit provides families with additional funding to support their children. All families will receive the inclusion benefit. We are also increasing summer respite funding. In the past, children under 12 were able to receive $500, and children over 12 were able to receive $1,000 per year. All families can now access up to $2,000 per year in summer respite funding, regardless of the child's youth age. Summer respite funding is available in addition to the monthly respite funding. We are also making changes to allow families to use funding in ways that best suit their needs, introducing the ability to roll over respite funding. Families can now plan with their care coordinator to bank unused respite funds between months within the fiscal year. Through work that has happened over the past year, more than 650 families will benefit from this additional funding and new programming. Mr. Chair, we are also making other important investments to help those living with disabilities. We continue to remove the cap on the Independent Living Support Program. By opening this program to address the wait list, more people will receive supports they need to live with the maximum level of independence and autonomy. And I'm pleased to report that in 22-23, 178 more people enrolled in the Independent Living Support Program. We also recognize that there can be a gap for those with combined health and disability support needs. In this budget, we continue to fund moving young adults out of long-term care and into community placements, allowing young people to move to an apartment or a home and live independently with people in a similar age range. Nova Scotians living with disabilities will have more options as they move into a community to pursue their interests, develop life skills, access employment, and connect with friends and neighbors. Our department is focused on people with disabilities making their own choices, building a sense of independence and confidence, and identifying the supports they need to feel fulfilled, as are our partners. Mr. Chair, as you may be aware, the Department of Community Services is pleased to be working with the Disability Rights Coalition to collaboratively develop a remedy for submission to the Human Rights Commission Board of Inquiry. Last fall, we engaged two independent experts, Eddie Bartneck from Australia and Dr. Tim Stanton from British Columbia. We're engaged to review the disability support system in Nova Scotia and make recommendations for changes. Their work will guide the Human Rights Commissioner in making his ruling around the system changes needed to transform our disability support program. Make no mistake, this is an extraordinary undertaking that will require hard work and a significant funding commitment. The past several years have shone a spotlight on the deep divide that exists in our society, here in Nova Scotia and across the world, in terms of racial inequity. Since June of 2020, the Department of Community Services has been focused on advancing work on an anti-Black racism strategy. Mr. Chair, several initiatives have been put in place, and this important work will continue in the years ahead. To lead this work, Community Services has established the Division of Inclusion, Diversity, and Community Relations. The division's work includes providing support to African Nova Scotia staff and strengthening relationships through regular meetings and conversations with senior leadership and within teams, building stronger relationships with African Nova Scotian communities, and providing ongoing support to the department's management teams. We know that many Nova Scotians from diverse backgrounds have seen or experienced discrimination, and that it can make them less likely to seek out care and support when they need it most. It's so important that all Nova Scotians see themselves represented in our social services professions. It makes our whole system much stronger, and it's better for the people we serve. To that end, we are also partnering with the Department of Advanced Education, Department of Health and Wellness, the Dalhousie School of Social Work, and the community organizations to establish an Afrocentric Bachelor of Social Work cohort program. The Afrocentric BSW cohort program will provide support to 35 aspiring bachelor social workers who will begin their studies in September. Participants will learn from Dalhousie faculty members of African Nova Scotian, African ancestry, using curriculum developed by an Afrocentric Bachelor of Social Work community-based advisory committee. I'd like to move on, Mr. Chair, the status of women. I will now move to the important work being led through the Status of Women Office and the Advisory Council on the Status of Women. The Status of Women Office continues to work across government and with community partners to provide supports for women and ensure they have access to every opportunity to pursue economic security, be leaders, and live lives free from the threat of violence. Mr. Chair, we know that the representation of women at all levels of leadership improves outcomes for women and promotes gender equality and diversity. This is critical to the growth and competitiveness of the overall economy. While more women are taking on leadership roles across all sectors of society, they still face systemic barriers in their journeys. To empower more women to take on leadership roles to ensure women's voices are heard in their communities, we continue to offer and promote our campaign School for Women. The online program is free and helps to build capacity and confidence among women to pursue elected office. I am pleased to say that we have an active advisory council made up of individuals who represent the interests of women and who are interested in advising government around issues related to gender equity in Nova Scotia. For the 2023-24 fiscal year, I have asked the Advisory Council for recommendations on the creation and implementation of a plan that will give guidance regarding gender-based economic and social equity for women and girls in our province. Mr. Chair, the Council will pursue this by holding a series of community conversations throughout the year. We are fortunate to have such an active council working hand in hand with the public servants in the Office of the Status of Women and, in fact, all departments to provide us with advice around this important issue. We know many Nova Scotians are affected by gender-based violence and that it can happen in any relationship. We know that last year, 79% of the victims of the 2,482 reported instances of domestic violence were women. The Status of Women Office provides annual operating funding to 9 transition houses, 9 women's centres, Alice House, as well as the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association and the Jane Paul Indigenous Resource Centre, and of course, Naomi Society. These organizations provide critical support services to women experiencing gender-based violence and their children and help them to rebuild their lives and break the cycle of abuse. On March 8th, International Women's Day, Mr. Chair, we announced an additional $8 million for those organizations to ensure they are able to continue to provide the best to women in need. Last November, the Status of Women Office hosted the 40th annual provincial and territorial meeting of ministers responsible for the status of women, along with Indigenous leaders in Pictou County to discuss key issues impacting the advancement of gender equality in Canada. During the meeting, together with the Government of Canada and the other provinces and territories, we announced our support and endorsement of Canada's first National Action Plan to end gender-based violence. The national plan aligns with our provincial plan, Standing Together. Mr. Chair, it is a sign of our commitment to work together to end violence against women, girls, and their families. It also supports those who become victims and survivors of violence. We are currently engaged in a comprehensive consultation with people and organizations in the gender-based violence sector. Led by the Impact Organizations of Nova Scotia, also known as IONS, to develop our plan. We will be building on the solid foundation we laid through Standing Together. Standing Together funded over 80 projects and initiatives led by community and government to test new ideas, build relationships, and explore what it takes to prevent domestic violence and better support survivors. We learned that investment in prevention at all levels must be prioritized, and primary prevention must be top priority. Engaging and supporting men and boys is absolutely critical to preventing violence against women and children and a pillar of the National Action Plan. Mr. Chair, we continue to work with partners across the province to develop and expand programs that support healthy masculinity, normalize seeking help, and support everyone's mental and physical well-being. Part of that, I'm excited to say, we are expanding Guys Work to more classrooms throughout our province and to other Atlantic provinces. Guys Work is a transformation school-based program that helps young men and boys navigate the intense pressures and expectations around masculinity that shape their identities as men. It helps to normalize help-seeking and also supports and strengthens our efforts to engage young men as allies in reducing gender-based violence. Mr. Chair, we continue to support the 211 men's, women's, and all genders helplines. These helplines have been successful in providing compassionate navigation, information, resources, and counseling supports, with over 15,000 calls made to the helplines since they began in September of 2020. These lines are available 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and have seen an increase of 230% between December 2021 and December 2022, with 99% of callers saying they would reach out again for help. Our government remains committed to eliminating violence against Indigenous women and girls, and we are working with CARE to ensure that our actions and responses are aligned with the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Calls for Justice. The principles that guided Nova Scotia's approach throughout the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, honoring relationships, keeping families at the centre, and collaboration continue to inform our work and actions taken to date. This work is being led and guided by Indigenous women and is grounded in collaborative, respectful relationships. Nova Scotia Native Women's Association has been identified by the Mi'kmaq as the lead, and we are working closely with them as well as the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre, the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network, and other Indigenous partners to take meaningful action, Mr. Chair. One of the ways we are moving forward in partnership is through our support of the Resilience Centre in Millbrook First Nation. A first of its kind in Canada, the Resilience Centre is a symbol of commitment and action in responding to the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls calls for justice and to advancing reconciliation. Sorry, I'm going too fast here now. The Resilience Centre will be run by the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association and will provide Indigenous women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA people in our province with a safe space to go to receive the trauma-informed and culturally appropriate healing and wellness programs they need to live happier, healthier lives. I'm just going to... Mr. Chair, it is our honour to serve as Minister of All New Affairs. The province has a long-standing, constructive relationship with the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia. Since becoming minister, I have had the opportunity to visit Mi'kmaq communities on many occasions. The welcome from leadership has been warm as we continue to share, listen, and learn from one another. It is also an honor to meet elders and connect with community members. By working together on our mutual interests, we will continue to strengthen communities. Together, we will build a province that is more equitable and inclusive. This collective future will be based on shared respect and understanding, building relationships, and a common interest in a strong future for Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, through our well-established trilateral processes, we work collaboratively with the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs and with Canada. This includes the Made in Nova Scotia process, the Mi'kmaq Nova Scotia Canada Tripartite Forum, Chiefs and Cabinet meetings, and working with Mi'kmaq leaders and organizations throughout the province. It's an innovative, unique approach that has supported positive working relationships and achieved progress in several priority areas. Through initiatives led by Treaty Education at the Office of All New Affairs, in collaboration with our Mi'kmaq partners, all Nova Scotians are learning about who the Mi'kmaq are historically and today, and the importance of understanding our treaty relationship and shared history. Mr. Chair, we also established a path of reconciliation and gained new knowledge of what it means to be treaty people. Our recent language legislation is also a shining example of the important, meaningful work we're doing together. The Mi'kmaq Language Act received royal assent on April 22, 2022, and was proclaimed by the province and affirmed by the Mi'kmaq during a ceremony in Bodladek First Nation in July. This act that recognizes Mi'kmaq as the original and first language of this land took effect on October 1st, 2022, Treaty Day. Mr. Chair, I am proud to say that this legislation, the first of its kind in Canada, was jointly developed with our Mi'kmaq partners and has had support from all provincial parties. Working together to protect Mi'kmaq language responds to the calls to justice of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. It also aligns with the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We are committed to working closely with Mi'kmaq leadership and educational and other organizations to develop a strategy to revitalize and recognize Mi'kmaq language. This work is underway now and will continue in the coming months to develop an action plan for Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, these are a few examples of the collaborative work being done in Nova Scotia. It's an exciting time for our province, and while there is much to do, there is also much to celebrate. Mr. Chair, our government is focused on making significant and impactful investments today that will have long-term positive results felt by this generation and next. We know that there's a lot more to be done. By continuing to listen to our clients, advocates, partners, and staff, we will ensure that the changes we make will be effective for the people we serve. Mr. Chair, in closing, I truly want to extend my personal gratitude and thanks to the staff of Community Services, the Advisory Council of the Status of Women, and the Office of All New Affairs for their dedicated support and ongoing commitment to our collective work. They have been incredibly kind to me, supporting me all the way, even through my many, many questions and unknown territory of their departments. They are truly some of the best people I have ever met, and I just want them to know how grateful I am for all the work and dedication, not just to me, but to the province. Many of them have been there for decades and are very, very dedicated and committed to making life better for Nova Scotians, and I don't think that we give them enough credit. So I just want to extend my thoughts, and I am ready for questions, Mr. Chair, but I am going to ask that questions for Community Services be asked first, then we can move to questions for the Status of Women and the Office of All New Affairs, and this will allow my teams to transition, ensure that appropriate officials are on hand so that we can give the best possible answers to my colleagues' questions. So once again, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Minister. As is customary in this House, the caucuses between Liberals and NDP will take turns asking questions for a period of 1 hour each. We will begin with the Liberal caucus, and I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville at 157.29.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to start by congratulating the Minister on getting through that informative speech. I do appreciate that there's a lot that goes on at the department, and respectfully, I do approach this back and forth as humbly as I can, and recognize that for any one person or one group of people, be it the Minister of any stripe and anybody who's here today or before or after us, subject matter is incredibly heavy, and a lot of Nova Scotians depend on the work that everyone does, led by the Minister, so I need to start by saying that. I'd like to start with some positive feedback, perhaps. We'll start there. And the work being done to support Nova Scotian, particularly Nova Scotian children with disabilities, and the reinforcements to the independent living program are extremely meaningful. I know that based on conversations that I've had with constituents and folks that were for a time having trouble accessing that type of programming, you know, context perhaps living at home with mom and dad and family, and ready to move out and start to become, you know, independent. The sequence of events that's taken place perhaps just prior to, but I know that the minister's government has done a lot of the heavy lifting on this file with respect to how funds get out the door and how people are able to access those funds in such a way that they can they can get themselves into a situation where they're living more independently. I think that the steps that have been taken in that particular file are really important, and kudos to the folks working on that here and at home. I wanted to try to start, there was a lot to unpack there, certainly, so I wanted to try and start with some feedback to the remarks that the minister just made. So with respect to the overall increase to the budget of, and I think I got the numbers right here, happy to be corrected, $82.3 million increase. Can the minister please break down, she did allude to kind of separately throughout her remarks about new funding, but can the minister provide any sort of a breakdown with respect to how much of that increase will be, will result in new programs for new clients, and how much of that raise is going to be eaten up by costs of inflation? To clarify through the chair, I'm just trying to find out if there's a distinction between inflationary costs and new funding. So as I understand that there's more money going into the budget, so how much of that is designed to deal with inflationary pressures and how much of it is new program funding? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for that important question, and it's a great question, actually. It's hard to really get down into the nitty-gritty of exact dollar amounts, because when you look at the overall increase that we have put into this budget, an increase of $82.3 million, that is definitely, you know, new. It's new money. It's making programs enhanced and creating new programs, right? So that are definitely helping with inflation, and you know, having these new programs that we're projecting out to make sure that we are being preventative and early intervention. So we know that certainly it's going to be able to improve lives during challenging times in Nova Scotia. So I would say it's about half. So then if you wanted to look at, you know, half is the new or enhanced funding, and then we would look at half of it would be utilization pressures, meaning additional supports that would not only support our staff, and programs, but as well as our partners and organizations and the clients that we serve. So all in all, with an increase of $82 million, it's I feel confident in saying that, you know, it's half and half. I mean, maybe it's a little, give or take, a little bit less on each side or a little bit more, but again, at the end of the day, it's all going back to ensure that we're creating programs and new initiatives and being innovative and making sure that we're getting out there to help our clients and listening to organizations and addressing what their ideas and solutions are to making things better, not just within the workplace that they all work in, but as well as our clients that we serve as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Through the chair, thank you, Minister, for that response. I do appreciate that it's perhaps not perfect, but half sounds like something that we can work with, and I appreciate your candor on that. Can the minister clarify the number of income assistance recipients in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much. To the number is just a little over 23,000.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, through the chair. We've been targeting, we've been trying to focus on income assistance and the lack of an increase of funding for that group of people are literally our most vulnerable people. I have to state that we are disappointed that there were no increases with respect to those that basic source of income for these people, who again are our most vulnerable. So I'm wondering, considering that no increase was made, and the rates of income assistance are not attached to inflation, has the minister done any sort of, I guess, assessment of what it would cost to increase income assistance rates to the rate of inflation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that we're all, hyper sensitive to the fact that many Nova Scotians are struggling right now with inflation, what is just happening globally and with forces really out of our control. But this government has, taken steps that certainly have tried to reduce the struggle for our most vulnerable Nova Scotians. Just before Christmas, Madam Chair, we made a one-time investment in providing those on income assistance with $250 to help fight those inflationary costs and to help them. We gave foster families as well $1,000. And then a time before that, we increased the heating rebate, and we've increased this seniors care program. And I know that there's Nova Scotians that are our clients that are on income assistance, the 23,000 that I mentioned earlier. We know that they're struggling with different needs. It's not a cookie cutter approach, and that is why I'm so grateful for the amazing caseworkers that we have and social workers that work with individuals that have to, find resources through community services. We know that the most important thing to always recommend or help an individual that is in need is to ensure that their caseworker is really aware of what their special needs are. So although they get a payment once a month, we know that if there's special needs, if they need help with transportation to get to a medical appointment, if perhaps they are working a few hours a week and need transportation. We've also in this budget, something that hasn't been done for over a decade, is we've increased for dental, so that there's more coverage for individuals when they go to the dentist. And because we know oral health care is extremely important, so that was really important for us to increase that. But we will keep looking at ways that we can assist. There's always discussions, as we have often heard the Premier saying here, nothing's off the table. We're looking at trying to make, proper investments that will touch everyone. And it's not always easy to do. It's very difficult to strike a balance, but I think that we have certainly been, we recognize those challenges, and we're trying to cover as many bases as we can. Do we need to do better? Yes, we do. We will, and we will keep having those important discussions and ensure that we're listening. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, through the chair, to the minister. I do appreciate that there are different ways to skin a cat. Maybe that's not a very polite way to put that, but seemed like a half decent metaphor. But the fundamental situation is that when people's basic needs are met, they have the flexibility to do all sorts of things. They have the confidence that their household is taken care of, that their kids are fed, that they're not going to have to worry about keeping the lights on or how they're going to pay for meds. And in every community that, at least that I've read about, that has had an attempt at providing a basic income that helps meet, at least certainly helps to meet those needs in such a way that they have that confidence to go out into the workforce and find a new job or go back to school or perhaps get out of an abusive relationship because they don't have to rely on a spouse for income. In every one of those instances, in every one of those incidences, quality of life is improved, health outcomes have improved. So it just seems like a reasonable ask to factor what it would cost to serve those 23,000 clients, not with a, you know, an astronomical, or perhaps it is, but my point is has the minister asked a question of her department to find out what that number is? Because I think that is very important in terms of figuring out how much of how big a bite we need to take of the elephant. Can the minister please weigh in on whether or not she has specifically asked her department to come up with that figure?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To my colleague, want to let them know that we certainly look at percentage increases, and we're always playing with numbers. And I think what we have to be aware of, though, is that a percentage increase does not have the same impact as creating programs and providing people with the skill sets and providing them with the confidence, and as well as providing them with someone that lets them know that they're worthy and lets them know that, look, you need some help. We all do, in making sure that we can go and live independently and live a dignified life. And I believe that it's through many of our programs is where we're making our investments. Again, I think that if I may explain even perhaps to the member that we see better support and better outcomes when we actually put our investments in wraparound supports. So, for example, I'll just take, let's just focus on our youth for a moment that may are growing up in a system where their parents grew up on income assistance. And we want to ensure that we can do everything we can to make sure their children don't have to go on income assistance. And one of the ways that we're doing that is through some of the incredible programs that we're setting up through our employment supports. And we continue to provide targeted supports. And within the Employment Support Services program, we know that young people need a wide range of different supports because their needs are different, right? It could be mental health, it could be finding employment, it could be social. They vary. So we want to be able to put those investments in those wraparound supports. And since we have done that in the last 2 years in the introduction of these preventative programs, there has been a major drop in the new intakes to ESIA, in particularly with our 19 to 24-year-olds. So that, you know, I personally, but I think a lot of people are the same as me, is that you want to get in there early. You want to be preventative. And this is a significant impact that clearly just demonstrates that these employment supports and service programs actually work. And they connect people to employment. And when you connect someone to employment, they're not only starting to feel valued and have a sense of purpose, they're meeting people. They're meeting people, they're feeling worthy, their social life is improving, their mental health improves. So this government has been known to definitely make more investments in programming than actually putting towards, not that we haven't looked at, but we'd rather put it into programming at this moment because we're seeing such success with these programs. Just for example, there is a young family that I know that it's a son and mother, and the mother is around my age and grew up on income assistance. She ended up being on income assistance with her son as a single mom, a really, really great mom. And we were able to get her son in one of these programs that allowed him to start working while he was in high school. And he did exceptionally well working at Sobeys, and ended up doing so well that Sobeys took him on and helped pay for his education. And the next thing, he is working a full-time job in his early 20s and is doing extremely well and is so motivated now that even his mother has said, oh my goodness, if he can do it, I can. And she's early 50s, and she decided since her early 30s, since she hasn't worked since then, she decided to go take her CCA course. So you're not just generating this wonderful young man to get out there and realize his potential, it's having a domino effect. Because then his value in himself became so much more. And his mom could see how well he was doing and was so excited about his potential that she decided to go back to school. So we can never underestimate the impact of our programs. And again, like, we want to strengthen our commitment to our young people in Nova Scotia. I mean, this is why this government has made a $6.2 million investment in this budget to not only, you know, we have a number of programs such as Expand Digital Skills to Succeed, Expand Career Rising Program, enhance the Youth Development Initiative, as well as formalize and enhance the EDGE program. And it was actually the EDGE program that this young gentleman that I speak about, that we were, that he took. And it's incredible. The EDGE program actually exists in the North End, as well as Bridgewater, New Glasgow, and Sydney. And We have made further investments into the 4 programs that I have just mentioned. And I think it's important for all us MLAs to know about these programs, because it is part of our job to help individuals that come to us that may be on income assistance or may actually find themselves having to go on income assistance. We don't want to just be the MLAs that sit there and say, oh, here's this resource to go get financial help. We actually want to work with them and help them understand what their potential can be. And I know myself, like, the things that I have learned through this department is unbelievable. Unbelievable. The programs that are there for our youth to help them believe in themselves, give them confidence, different skill sets. And again, we all know that when you are uplifted and you can help someone if you're that springboard that helps someone to jump up and start realizing their potential, something that maybe they've never been fostered in, maybe there's been a lack of attention and love in their household. Let's be that person that can help them. And it truly is, with this incredible investment, we are seeing such progress, and we will continue to make those investments. But if the member would ever want to learn more about these 4 different programs for youth and young adults, I'd be happy to share them, because I, for one, have witnessed the success that they have played, the positive role that they have played in so many lives. So again, I want to reaffirm that as a government, we really do look at so many things, and there's so many discussions, and we know people are struggling, but we have to get to our youth, and we have to keep investing in them. And it's not to say that we're ignoring anyone else, not at all, because our budget, I think, clearly proves that we're trying to help everyone, and we're trying to balance the best way we can. But I do believe that a percent, looking at raising the percentage in IA, an increase to that, I think right now it's much more worthy to take that money and invest it in our youth, and because honestly, the impact that we are witnessing is so much greater. And so I hope that answers. Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you to the minister for that question. I would agree with her comments with respect to empowering people to help themselves and surrounding individuals who are vulnerable or otherwise, frankly, with opportunities for skill development and self-improvement and advanced education. No question. Helping people to help themselves is matter-of-factly the best case scenario. But without a doubt, when someone's basic needs are met, they have the ability, they have the confidence to do those things. Like whether we have programs all around people, if they're still wondering about how they're going to feed their kids when they get home, that I don't know how they have the opportunity to invest time and energy into the programs that the minister refers to. So when we talk about increasing that basic rate, that it's a tool for Nova Scotians to be able to do these programs that the minister is lifting up. And I will say that as a member of the legislature and as an interested community member in general, I'm happy to translate those or, talk about those programs to people in my community and make them aware of it. But it still doesn't address the baseline scenario where people have to make decisions around food, meds, heat, rent, and all those things. And we know, again, based on the homework that I've done, we know that, and the minister, we don't want to just increase those basic amounts. We want to, condition people to get out there and help themselves. But we know that when people have those basic needs met, that they are not less likely to seek employment. They are not less likely to go for the next level of education. I'm not trying to put words in the minister's mouth. She did not say this, but to make the point, I think that generally there's an assumption out there that if we give people more money, they will be less likely to be productive members of society. I don't believe that. And I think that if we create a baseline for people, they'll have the confidence and the ability to go out there and do the things like participate in the types of programs that the minister is referring to around self-improvement. So I guess it doesn't sound like either the minister has a number for the cost of an inflation increase. So I will ask her, will she ask her department to provide those numbers for the benefit of the House?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, and absolutely for the member, we'll get those numbers in different scenarios for sure. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you through the chair. I'd like to move to we received some feedback at the Community Services Committee this year with respect to an interaction with the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage related to let me get it right, the Building Vibrant Communities Fund. It was a grant program that their shop administered that organizations could access up to $50,000 through applications through this grant program. At that meeting, the Deputy Minister of CCTH indicated that that program was no longer a part of the work of their department. This was the only program at CCTH that dealt with poverty reduction. The deputy at that time indicated that it would be something that would be handled at the Department of Community Services, perhaps making sense under the mandate of the Department of Community Services. So I'm wondering, that grant program was referred to the minister's department, so I'm wondering if she can weigh in on how that particular program is being administered, or is it off the table altogether?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for that question. Although I was not at that meeting, I certainly understand that it was brought up, and it was really regarding the Building a Vibrant Community Fund that was actually established under the member's own government when they were in. And so I understand the member's probably fully aware that it was focused or partially focused around poverty reduction. But we have to remember that that was actually based on a timeline. And the grant expired. It wasn't something that was, it had an end date to it. And so what I want to say, though, on that is it's not like we have not picked up the pieces in a different way. We continue actually to strengthen our relationships and making sure that the Department of Community Services continues to make those investments and partnerships right across this province. Just most recently in this budget and with our recent investments in family resource centers and community organizations, and of course investing in our food banks and different organizations that would actually are poverty focused and reducing poverty. So again, that Vibrant Community Fund that was built by or implemented by the Liberals did have a sunset date of closing, and but we have never abandoned the same objective that it held. We actually have made more investments in this budget to connecting with our family resource centers and making sure they have the necessary funds that they have the goals and fulfill their mandate too to help reduce poverty. And of course, with our investments into our food banks and community organizations. So I just want to reassure the member that it may be two different things. It's the same way I look at government here, all sides. I think at the end of the day, we pretty much all want the same things. We just, you know, are different in how we navigate how to get there. So just want to reassure the member that we did not reduce any type of or take away anything. The grant has expired. It had an expiry date, and but we certainly pick up the pieces in other ways and actually have increased funding.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
So thank you for to the minister through the chair. So that program wraps up. Perhaps there is some information on the success or lack thereof of that particular program. I would ask through the chair that the minister could comment and provide some information with respect to the success or not of the program. And in the interest of, I guess, the perspective of helping people to help themselves like we've been discussing, is there an alternative scenario or an application-based program whereby community groups like the ones that were covered under this program, be it not-for-profit, charities, post-secondary, Mi'kmaq band councils, municipalities, towns, social enterprises, and businesses, how are organizations like that expected to take the ideas that they're running with on the ground in the interest of poverty reduction under this new regime? Is there an application? Sorry, that was not meant to be so heavy, but is there an application-based program that would be like the one Building Vibrant Communities if we're empowering organizations and communities to help themselves?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for his question, for their question, sorry. So again, I can't really speak to the success or failure of the program that he speaks of, because again, it ended before my time. So I'm certain that no doubt it had some benefits, but again, I can't comment on that. What I can comment on is my mandate letter and what my mission and direction is to be. And it certainly is about reducing poverty in Nova Scotia, and we're certainly working towards that. We don't currently have a similar program that he speaks of. We have no application-based form or a program that an organization actually applies for and receives. DCS works with over 350 different organizations and service providers in this province. And we have a very, very good communication and partnership with all of them. We really work hard to learn about their organizations, to really understand what their needs are, because even though we consider ourselves, we're a growing province, but let's face it, we're still pretty small. But we understand the needs are different geographically. So we continue to work with all these organizations and speak to them on a regular basis to understand what their needs are. And of course, you know, our affordability announcement and agencies that were funded in this budget and in the past and everything. I just want to give an example of some of the ones that we continuously continue to work with. And I'm very proud of the investments that we continue to make in family resource centers. They, again, have proven time and time over just how valuable and necessary they are to families that are struggling for different needs. And we continue to make those investments with them. We're also very proud, though, that, you know, just recently, you know, $10,000 to Bridges in Truro and Family Services of Eastern Nova Scotia, $20,000, and New Directions in Amherst, $10,000, and New Start in Central, $30,000. Portal Youth Outreach Association in the Valley, $40,000. Upper Hammonds Plains Development Association, which I know the member would be familiar with, is $20,000. Whitney Pier Youth Club, $35,000. New Leaf, New Glasgow, $10,000. Souls Harbor Rescue Mission, $8,000. Nova Scotia, the Royal Canadian Legion, Nunavut Command, $25,000. The Nova Scotia, which I know we're all familiar with this, the Nova Scotia Mobile Food Market Society, $25,000. Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, $20,000. Glace Bay Universal Improvement Association, $3,000. Upper Big Tracadie Seniors Club, $3,000. The Nova Scotia Youth Project Society, $10,000. The John Howard Society, $10,000. Like, again, I work with 350 different service providers. And I'll never get to all of them, but I'll certainly try. And yes, the main goal, the common denominator with many of these organizations within our province, it's to help people. That's what our department does. We're a caring department. We want to find solutions. We have to be creative, especially given the challenging time. So we are always open. Anyone wants to come to us and discuss a solution or an idea or a thought, or just give us a comment on something, we are always accessible and willing to discuss that, because we know in order to fight poverty, it's never going to be one government, one organization, one level of government. It's going to take all of us. And that's why it's so important for me and our department to work across, not just within our own party and the different departments in government, but to work with municipal governments, to work with the federal government. And we continue to try to build those relationships and to better understand. So please understand that there was no other reason for this program that the member speaks about. Again, I can't comment if it was a success or failure. I'm sure probably it was, but again, my mandate is directing towards probably doing the same thing, but we're just doing it maybe in different ways. And we will continue working with over these 350 different service providers and listening to them and understanding better their initiatives and where we can help and where we believe there will be a positive impact on the children and their families and helping them during these challenging times. We will continue doing that, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Through the chair, thank you, Minister, for that response. I do appreciate the intention to build positive relationships with all the stakeholders that we've talked about, and I don't question the motivation to do that. The minister made the remarks something to the effect of we can't be in every place at once and it can't possibly get everywhere at the same time. You know, it's difficult we haven't figured out cloning yet, so I appreciate that we can't be in multiple places at once. So to me, it doesn't seem unreasonable to have an intentional entry point for organizations like this to reach out to the department when they have ideas, assuming that no one person can be on top of every entity in every community at all times. It leads into my next question with respect to, the minister listed off several organizations that did receive funding. What I'd like the minister to speak to is are those one-time funds? Are those operational funds? How did these organizations make that expression of interest? Where's there's obviously intentional amounts that are being directed at each organization, so I'm trying to understand how they went about making that ask, because it's not every day that someone appreciates that they perhaps can go to the minister's office and ask for cash, not cash, but you know what I mean. Through the chair. Thank you.
Have a glass of ice water. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank the member for his concern and authentic sincerity and wanting to understand the process, because it can be very complex. And as mentioned earlier, there is no formal application, right? So again, working with over 350 different service providers, as the member mentioned, we haven't cloned yet. I wish we had, but that's why I'm so grateful and dependent on DCS has 1,600 employees. So we know that those individuals that are representing the department on the front lines, who are in daily, weekly conversation with the various organizations across this province, I truly rely on them to retain information and to have be able to come back to me and brief me and help me understand why a certain organization needs this or that. So again, our investments are varied with different organizations, and we know that these organizations, they provide different services, right? So we often look and depend, as I said, on the staff that are on the front lines, the ground level, because we want to ensure that we are investing in the most appropriate programs that will be most efficient and effective and have that positive impact to the service that they're providing, and again, whether it's a food bank or whether it's a church organization that provides free meals or counseling or whatever. So there's a lot of time and effort that goes into understanding these organizations to determine what their need is. Now, absolutely, some of those that I've listed off, and there's a lot more to list off, some of them would be ongoing funding, right? Some of them would be ongoing funding because they have proved that they are having an impact, and they're very successful, and we've been able to gauge or measure that impact, and then others are new. They're new, they're one time. Maybe they only needed funding one time because they have other means of supporting themselves. So again, it's about communication, and it's about understanding that we certainly will listen to someone and hear what they have to say, and look at the data they have and what they think their program or idea what it will accomplish. And if that's part of my mandate and part of the mission and of DCS, we will certainly look at that and try to work with them, and perhaps they may become an organization that they continue on receiving ongoing funding. But again, we look at really a jurisdictional scan, and the volume of client is based on basically the geographical reach as well. So we want to make sure that we are able to reach the most people that we can with that funding that we provide to an organization. But again, we have an amazing partnership with all of them right across this province, and we know that we want to continue that relationship, and we're certainly open to hearing new organizations that pop up that have the same mandate and mission that we have, and that is helping people. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Through the chair, thank you. How do I say this? Yeah, I'll do my best. So with respect to the minister's mandate, the philosophies and the efforts and the intention behind that, I think we can all get behind. We're there. But part of our mandate on the opposition side of the House, and I know the member would have some experience in that department, is to provide that scrutiny around the efficacy of what government's doing. And we have seen through the chair several instances during the PC government's time in office where legislative changes have been made to consolidate decision-making into ministerial offices. So I'm not saying that's the case here, but the challenge for me is that I'm not clear on what the process is for a member on this side of the House to understand, you know, which organizations can apply, how organizations are assessed in terms of their eligibility. Like if we're to be extensions of the solution, and I can't put my finger on something to say, okay, well, organization here, you may be eligible for this program because it's not. I think I need some explanation, and perhaps I won't get it today, but I need some explanation about how to understand whether these programs are working well or not working well. And yeah, I'm not even going to get to my question right now.
Order. The time allotted for the Liberal caucus has elapsed. It is now time for the NDP. With 10 minutes. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague is busy in another section right now, so I'm going to ask a few questions before they get to this point. Can you provide a demographic breakdown of individuals supported through both income assistance and disability support programs?
I recognize the honourable minister for community services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the member's question, it is very detailed, so I will make sure that we get you that information on both those ESIA and as well as disability. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
I want to say thank you to the minister for that, and as well, sorry I just jumped right into questioning, but I also want to thank the department for being here and all the hard work that they do each and every day. I truly appreciate, the fact that we know that this job is not easy, and we do appreciate the work that you guys do here with us. So I just wanted to say that, and as well, I thank the minister for her efforts. Especially in estimates, it's not an easy task to do. You understand that better than most. My next question is, and this is just a specific question that we received through our offices, that when a relationship breaks down, sometimes couples need to still live together for a variety of reasons, but notably the cost of housing, as we know, because of the cost of housing. However, our offices have heard concerns from people in this situation who have had difficulty receiving income assistance due to this living situation. The really troubling implication of this is that it prevents people from moving forward towards living independently. Without this assistance, they can't move out and get back on their feet. Is this situation that the department is aware of? And will the minister clarify or amend policies that may be contributing to this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for this important question. I feel that's important. It's rarely ever brought up to me, but I have thought about it myself. And but what I would say is that at this point, we know that every situation is different and unique, and we want to ensure that we're supporting them the best way they can. What I would recommend is if the member is aware of a situation like this, because again, it's rarely brought up to me, but I have thought about it myself. And I would say that to make sure that their caseworker is fully aware of what their needs are, making sure that they're in discussions with them, and that we will look at every possible way that we can help assist. That's all I really have to say on that for right now. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad that you said that, especially when in this sitting, the minister did say that no one goes, like you always go through every applicant is approved or goes through this process, and you figure out whatever that looks like for each person. So, I mean, we do have a number of folks that are in this situation because of the housing crisis. They just don't have anywhere to live, and so they have to make hard choices, like living with someone they may not care for, but they have to have an option, right? So I will definitely get back with the minister with that information, because it is happening, and it's happening frequently. So my next question to the minister is on homelessness. Can you provide an update on plans for the Dartmouth Doubletree?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much. To the member, we certainly have forged a wonderful partnership with the Doubletree. As the member would know, we have been using that location to help assist us in temporary shelter for those that find themselves homeless. I mean, at the end of the day, we work really hard with our clients to ensure that they can find permanent housing. We know that the end goal is always to ensure that someone finds a place where they can call home, that they have a sense of belonging, and they feel like they're part of community. The Doubletree continues to be a strong partner with us. We are, I know there's a lot of rumors circling right now about the Doubletree, but what I can confirm with the member is that we are working really closely with them, and everyone will know more details hopefully as early as next week, and we're just happy that we're able to have a great partner, and thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, and I think we'll probably return to this next day, but I just want to pick up on the idea that there are a lot of rumors circulating, and that's because no information has been provided. So as the MLA for the area, I know that residents in the downtown community are rightly very curious about what the plans for that building is. So I'm wondering if the minister can commit to holding some communication or town hall sessions once the plans are announced, ideally very soon.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the member for the question and realizing that's an important topic and issue for her and those that she represents in her constituency. These conversations and talks are sincere and hoping that we can help find another solution to addressing those that find themselves homeless or needing shelter. And what I want to assure the member is that I didn't mean anything about, you know, like rumors are rumors. I mean, I've heard some things that sound correct, and then I've heard some things that are like really like off the wall. So but I do want to assure that this is a project that we hope that by next week that we will be able to release, and there will be no doubt conversations and making sure that community members understand fully what the commitments and details are within that plan. So, and as I have been in contact with the member through text, I promise when I know more and understand more and make it public, we'll be in conversation.
Order. The time allotted for considerations of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to set again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House with a short recess.
Order, please. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and has made considerable progress and begs leave to sit again.
Round of applause. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House on bills.
Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. We'll have a short recess while we set up for Committee of the Whole House. Order, please. This is the Committee on the Whole House of Bills. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 262, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act?
Bill number 262, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 262 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on April 3rd, 2023, without amendments, and contains 4 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Shabukdo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move the amendment which appears on page CWHB NDP 1 as follows. Page 1, Clause 1A, proposed Clause 41B, lines 1 and 2, delete the amount permitted by the regulations and substitute 5%. B, proposed Clause 41C, lines 1 and 2, delete the amount permitted by the regulations and substitute 5%. Then page 1, Clause 2, delete and renumber accordingly. Now, the purpose of this amendment is to embed into the legislation for the rent cap itself the intention which the government has very often confirmed and stated since this bill was first presented, that this bill should give effect to a cap of 5% and 5% in 24 and 25. So the idea is to take what the government intends to do and simply make it a part of the legislation. And by doing that, the bill will then conform precisely with what this government did in the previous rent cap in 2021, when members will remember that the bill contained the 2% provision in the legislation itself. It was a somewhat curious thing. On the 22nd of March, the day that this bill came forward, there was a technical briefing in the morning, and the main message there was the rent cap is being extended, and the extension is going to be for 24 and 25. It's going to be 5% in 24 and 5% in 25. That was the kind of summary content of the technical briefing. And then there was a media briefing, and the minister's message, I think I'm fairly summarizing, was the rent cap is going to be extended for 2 years, 24 and 25, and the cap in those 2 years is going to be 5% and 5%. Rent cap extended, 5 and 5. That's the story. But having received from the government this message, it was, I thought, surprising to then have the legislation come before us, the same legislation that we're debating now, and to see that unlike the rent cap in 21, the government had brought forward before, the actual cap in this bill, the 5 and the 5, it does not, in fact, appear in the legislation. So the government has been asked lots of times since the introduction of the bill why this is, and the answer that has been given is that this is the government's, this is not my word, I think oftentimes the minister's word, that is the government's intention. So the 5 and 5 doesn't need to be in the legislation. It is the government's intention. The will itself will simply speak to the fact that there's going to be a rent cap. Now, the purpose of this amendment then is to take the government here at its word and rectify what seems to me an anomaly, that the definition of the government's commitment with the rent cap should not be included in the government's rent cap legislation by putting the 5 and 5 in the bill itself. Now, I can certainly see that there will be circumstances where you might not want to put the actual number in the legislation, but those would be circumstances where something like a rent cap was being put forward with criteria or with a framework with some kind of a methodology by which the rent cap was to be derived. The strange thing about this legislation is that it not only doesn't have its number in the bill, it also is completely silent on the mechanism, on the means, on the criteria by which the number would be derived. So members might want to say, well, look, in the NDP, you have a parallel bill, our Rental Fairness and Affordability Act, and there's no number in that act. That's true. But there is a set of criteria. There is a framework in that act that explains who is responsible for deriving the number, what is the time framework with which the number will be brought forward, how long it will be for, what are the things that the body, which sometimes, by the way, includes the cabinet, what is to be taken into consideration, and that's how the number will be derived. So that bill doesn't have a number in it, our bill, because you don't need a number, provided you have the criteria by which the number is going to be arrived at. But this bill is anomalous in that it doesn't have the number, and it doesn't have the criteria by which you will get to a number. So it's not rhetorical to say that really this bill doesn't say anything more than there shall be a rent cap in 24 and 25. That's it. And I don't think it's being unfair to say that means it's kind of a capless cap. So a person, I think, would naturally wonder, reading this and thinking about this, well, why would the government do this now in a different way than they did it in 21? In 21, with the 2% cap, they put there was no criteria in the bill, but there was the 2% number. Here, for 24 and 25, no criteria and no number. Why might the government do that? I am myself, I don't see how you can come to any conclusion in answer to that question other than that the government wishes to reserve the right to change their minds without needing to come back to the House to defend that decision. And herein, I think, lies a serious problem. Because as we have spoken many times about how people need a rent cap, but they need a rent cap that is reliable and that they can count on. So imagine if your landlord were to say to you, I'm not going to raise your rent any more than 5% this year or 5% next year. And here's the lease, would you please sign this right here? And that you then took the document, and when you read the document, you saw that the places where the 5% and the 5% were supposed to be had been left blank. And so you said to the landlord, well, I think it might be better if you would actually fill those in before I signed the document. And if the landlord then said, oh, no, I think we're going to leave that blank. I want you to trust me about the 5 and 5 because that is my intention. I think in that situation, any one of us would feel a little bit uneasy. So we are in this respect, and I think it is very reasonable on the public's part to have this uneasiness about this present bill. So we are very glad to see the rent cap extended. We certainly do think that the government could do a lot worse than 5 and 5%. But with this amendment, we're suggesting that it would be more constructive if the bill were put together in such a way that people could place their trust more completely in what the government has referred to as its intention. So thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Further, in the same clause, Mr. Chair, I would like to move a second amendment as it appears on CWHB NDP 2, that on page 1 add the following clause after clause 1. 2. Chapter 22 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 4 the following section, 4A, where A, a fixed-term lease ends, B, where before the end of the fixed-term lease, the landlord does not offer the existing tenant the opportunity to continue the tenancy for any length of term, and C, the landlord next begins a new lease with the new tenant for the same residential premises, the landlord may not set the rent payable under the new lease at more than the maximum permitted rent increase allowed under subsection 4.1. Now, the purpose of this amendment is to ensure that the protections which this bill offers in the rent cap for 2024 and 2025 is to ensure that these are not undercut, these protections in 24 and 25, as we have seen them undercut in the previous rent cap bill that had been brought forward in 2021 by the proliferation of fixed-term leases. So I want to point out about this, that the purpose of a rent cap is not perception. The purpose of a rent cap is protection. It's to offer real protection for tenants, particularly in the situation of a low vacancy, high demand rental market, where if tenants are left without protection from the vagaries of the market, they will be gouged. And that means that in order for a rent cap to be effective, it has to operate within a framework that prevents its protections from being undermined. So this bill comes minus such a framework. And the purpose of this amendment is to address this deficiency in this legislation by providing for regulating the primary means by which the present rent cap is being skirted in Nova Scotia, and that's the proliferation of fixed-term leases. And to do so for the duration of the period of the effect of Bill 262. It means there would be no fixed-term lease skirting of the provisions of the rent cap, as we are seeing at the moment, that would be permitted during the period of the 24-25 rent cap that's set out for Bill 262. Now, experience across the country indicates that if a rent cap is to be effective in providing the real protections that it is intended to provide, that it has to be accompanied by rules that limit landlords' capacity to get around it by the use of fixed-term leases. This is why, for example, in BC, landlords are required to offer tenants a new lease at the end of a fixed-term lease agreement, and why in Manitoba and in Ontario, parallel mechanisms exist with the administrations of their rent caps. Now, I don't think anybody who takes in the evidence of the rental market in Nova Scotia today can plausibly argue that the rent cap from the 2021 legislation is not being subverted. I don't think anybody can plausibly argue that it's not being skirted or undermined. The numbers bear this out so clearly. So we have in Nova Scotia, since 2020, we've had a 2% rent cap. We've had a law that says the rent can't go up any more than 2%. So it's a strange thing that in the most recent full year, 2022, rents went up on average by 9.3%. So if the law says rents can't go up by any more than 2, and the rents go up by 9.3, I think a pretty fair-minded person could say something is undercutting the protections of that law. Yes. The protections that law was intended to provide are not being delivered in a thoroughgoing, dependable way. Something is allowing the actors in the market to get around that. And that's something which is meaning that our rents are not holding at 2%, but are in fact quadruple and more of that, is the hyper-proliferation of fixed-term leases over the last 30 months in Nova Scotia. And when a rent cap fails to provide its intended protections, the result is very harmful for a lot of people. So the purpose of this amendment is to ensure in the rent cap legislation itself that in parallel, fixed-term leases are regulated so that tenants will actually receive the benefit of the protections that this legislation is intended by the government to provide. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 2 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Is there any further debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, would you please call Bill number 273, the Road Trails Act?
Bill 273, the Road Trails Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 273 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on April 3rd, 2023, without amendments, and contains 43 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Carried. Shall the title carry? Carry. Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Oh, we're on the other one? Okay. Moving right along. Not used to this. Mr. Chair, would you please call Bill number 279, the Financial Measures 2023 Act?
Bill 279, the Financial Measures Act 2023 Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 279 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on April 3rd, 2023, without amendments, and contains 49 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall Clauses 2 to 15 carry? Carried. Carried. Is there any debate on Clause 16? I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I reference change sheet CWHB Lib-1, which is on page 4. Add immediately after clause 16 the following part. Part 3, employments. Oh no, sorry, I got the wrong one. My mistake. 1A. That's okay. I'm going to start that over. My mistake. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask everyone to reference CWHB Liberal-1A, which is page 4. Add immediately after clause 16 the following part. 17, Section 8 of Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, as enacted by Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2000 and amended by Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2003, Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2004, and Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2010, is further amended by A, adding 1 immediately after the section number, and B, adding the following subsection. Subsection 2, notwithstanding subsection 1, the tax payable pursuant to the subsection is adjusted for each taxation year after 2022 by increasing each of the dollar amounts referred to in that subsection by the increase in the Consumer Price Index for Canada in each of those taxation years over the Consumer Price Index for Canada in the immediately preceding taxation year. Mr. Speaker, the rationale for this is what we've been talking about in the legislature when it comes to bracket creep. This is something that we've seen throughout this session and throughout the past. Folks and advocates in the community come forward to say that this is an unnecessary hidden tax that Nova Scotia should eliminate. Especially in a time of high inflation where we're seeing the price of everything skyrocket, from many of the things that we use at home to furnace oil, to gas, to food, to the daily products that folks buy for themselves and their families. By removing this would relieve some of the pain of inflation. And as I've said, we've seen a number of folks and representatives and advocates across the province, as we started talking about this, say that this is one tangible way that government can help to support the skyrocketing prices that Nova Scotians are facing every day. So thank you. I'll stop there.
Shall Amendment Lib 1A carry? Carry. The amendment is defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I direct the House's attention to CWHB Lib 1. We'll make the following amendment. I move that we make the following amendment. Page 4, add immediately after Clause 16 the following part. Part 3, Employment Support and Income Assistance Act. 17.1. Clause 21(1)D of Chapter 27 of the Acts of 2000, the Employment Support and Income Assistance Act is amended by adding subject, quote, subject to the subsection 1A, end quote, immediately before, quote, prescribing, end quote, in the first line. 2, Section 21 of Chapter 27 is further amended by adding immediately after subsection 1 the following subsection. 1A, the maximum rate of assistance prescribed under Clause 1D for basic needs must be adjusted annually commencing January 1, 2024 by applying the percentage change in the cost of living over the immediately preceding calendar year is measured by the change in Consumer Price Index for Canada prepared by Statistics Canada, renumbered, and adjust cross-references accordingly through the chair. Mr. Chair, we recognize in the Liberal caucus that Nova Scotians are feeling the pinch, and income assistance recipients feel it most of all. The use of food banks is on the rise. Homelessness is on the rise. The cost of living is on the rise. And the index inflation is making things more and more challenging. And Mr. Chair, through you, we know that when people can meet their basic needs, they have the ability to do more. They can seek self-improvement, seek higher education, potentially leave abusive relationships if they're dependent on an abusive spouse for income. We want to maximize Nova Scotians' ability to do what's required to meet their basic needs, and indexing income assistance is a step in the right direction, and we in the Liberal caucus would like the House to support this amendment.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to say that while I support the intention of this amendment, and I do, I believe that this amendment would have been made more meaningful and much stronger if income assistance, if 1A called for a significant rise of income assistance and then indexed to CPI. Thank you.
Shall Amendment Lib 1 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Is there any further debate on Clause 16? Shall Clause 16 carry? Carry. Carried. Shall clauses 17 to 40 carry? Carried. Carried. Is there any debate on clause 41? I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Draw the House's attention to change sheet CWHB Lib 2, which reads as follows. Page 8, add immediately after clause 41 the following part. Part 4, rent supplements. 42.1. In this section, rent supplements means funding under the Canada-Nova Scotia Targeted Housing Benefit. 2, a renter or a homeowner in the province is eligible to receive rent supplements if A, the renter pays more than 30% of the renter's pre-tax household income on rent, or B, the homeowner pays more than 30% of the homeowner's pre-tax household income on housing costs. Renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. So, Mr. Chair, as others have said before, Nova Scotians are certainly dealing with a cost of living crisis, and there is nowhere where we're seeing that more acutely than in housing. And this has been an issue before the House, of course, over the last week to 10 days. The Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs, in estimates recently, noted that the number of applications for rent supplements doubled over the past year from about 200 a month to 400 a month. So that gives us a very clear indication that the demand is there. And when the demand is there for a program like this, I think the response should be twofold. And the government's only done one of these two things. One is to expand the number of supplements, and the government has done that. But the second piece, which is more important in some ways, is to maintain eligibility thresholds on income so that those who are most vulnerable on the housing sector actually have the ability to get support to make sure that they can afford a place to live. As I've said in the House here before, we now have situations where people spending 40, 45, 49% of their income on rent are no longer eligible for this program. I think that is a shame. I think all indications are that the number of applications for this program will continue to rise as the housing crisis continues. And I think this is an obvious situation where the government can make a meaningful change to help Nova Scotians who are in need provide a roof over their heads. So for that, I would ask for their support on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to say a couple of words about this. So, in my constituency office in Dartmouth North, I would say at least 3 people a day come in to ask for help applying for the rent supplement. I forget what the big acronym stands for, but the Canada Nova Scotia Housing Benefit. Especially when this benefit turned to a portable rent supplement, this has made a huge difference in the lives of many, many people in my community. I've said this before a million times in the House, in the media. Dartmouth North has always been a place where one could find an affordable place to live, and that is not the case anymore. And so even the more affordable apartments are now being rented at $1,100, $1,200 for a one-bedroom apartment in an area that's not close to any services. So this is the situation we are in, and this minister has talked about the fact that this change had to happen, going from 30% to 50%, which is housing need to deep housing need, or I believe that's the term. 50% is deep housing need. Housing need is more than 30%, because there's pressure on the program. Well, there's pressure on the program because we have an income problem in Nova Scotia, and we have a rent problem and a housing problem in Nova Scotia. And those things are happening concurrently. And this government has talked about how making life affordable for Nova Scotians is their top priority, or making sure that healthcare is available to Nova Scotians is their other top priority. But affordability has been the top priority. We've seen all kinds of things that this government has done in the name of affordability. And a lot of rhetoric and debate has come from that side of the House in the name of affordability and in the name of affordability. So if affordability is really top of mind for this government, this change would never have happened. And if there's downward pressure on the program, or upward pressure, whatever direction the pressure is, that makes the program, that this change is necessary, then we are standing in this room right now debating a budget. And a budget is about choices, Mr. Chair. And this government could choose to spend some of its money on the rent supplement program. If there's more pressure on the program, put more money into the program and make sure that we don't have to change the eligibility. What is the result of this change is that I'm telling you now, mark my words, more people will be homeless by the end of the year. And they will be living in hotels that are paid for by this government, in hotels where they can't feed their kids, where they can't cook for their kids. They send their kids to school hungry because they cannot pack lunches for them, where they can't cook a proper meal at supper time if they could afford the groceries for it. This rent supplement, the 30%, has been stopping that from happening. I don't love the concept of rent supplements. I would much prefer a different type of investment in housing. I would much prefer there to be public housing or cooperative housing that's supported by the government, or not-for-profit housing that is rent geared to income at 30%, which is the definition the CMHC gives. But if we're going to have a rent supplement program, we better have one that works for people. If this one doesn't, this amendment would help. I encourage the government to change their minds.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have very little to add to the words of my colleague who I would say brought this issue to light. The member's office was the first to discover this and brought it to our caucus, where we brought it to the floor of the legislature. But I just wanted to point out two other small points that I actually believe it's important to have on the record. As the member said, this change will result in increased homelessness. But I think that some of the details of that are important. So number one, by changing the criteria, you reduce the number of people on the list. So when we come back into this House and we hear from this government that there are fewer people on the list, let's remember that that's because they changed the criteria, not because there are fewer people in need. They will come back, they will say it, it will be inaccurate. The second thing I want to point out, and this was brought to light by my colleague, the member for Halifax-Shabukto, is that prior to this change, a senior whose income was CPP and OAS was eligible for a rent supplement, and now they are not. So I want this government to understand that this change will imperil the housing security of hundreds, if not thousands, of seniors across this province. Shameful. And will contribute to putting more seniors deeper into poverty. Shameful. These are two things which must be said on the floor of this House, and without accepting an amendment like this or changing the program will most certainly come back to haunt this government.
Shall Amendment Lib 2 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Is there any further debate on Clause 41? Shall Clause 41 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 42 to 47 carry? Carried. Is there any debate on Clause 48? I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct the member's attention to change sheet Lib 3, page 9, immediately after Clause 48, the following Part 6, Universal School Lunch Program, 49.1. The government, in collaboration with Nourish Nova Scotia, shall create and implement a permanent program providing optional lunches to all public school students in grades primary to 9 in the province by September 1st, 2024. 2, the program must include objectives and measures aimed at eradicating youth food insecurity in the province. B, guidelines and measures to promote the sourcing of fresh, locally produced food products for the program. C, measures to ensure that the administrative aspects of the program, including meal delivery, are conducted by the government or nonprofit organizations. D, objectives, measures, and review processes to ensure the integration of the program and its aspects, including issues of agriculture, food, nutrition, and well-being, into the existing or a new public school curriculum in the province. And E, measures to ensure that the government conducts regular and comprehensive reviews of the program. 3, for the purpose of Clause 2A, food insecurity must be measured using the Canadian Community Health Survey published annually by Statistics Canada, renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. Mr. Chair, our party is committed to addressing the cost of living crisis that we find ourselves in here in Nova Scotia, something that is not addressed in this current budget. Our amendments today have been targeted to trying to alleviate some of the pressures that families are feeling. This is an easy one. This is something that meets healthy targets, which I know is a huge goal for this government. It alleviates the pressures that families are feeling, and it makes our children go into their school environment and know that there is food security, there is a lunch provided for them, and allows for a healthier learning environment. I know that the minister has talked to this. There is conversation with the federal government. This amendment hopes to bring that program to life and make it a reality in the next school year for our kids. Thank you.
Shall Amendment Lib 3 carry? The amendment is defeated. Is there any further debate on Clause 48? Shall Clause 48 carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that you do now rise and report these bills.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. We will take a 2-minute recess.
Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bills. Bills 262, 273, and 279 without amendments. And the Chair has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favorable consideration of the House.
Ordered that these bills be read a third time on a future date. I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call government bills for third reading?
I call Bill 256.
I call government bills for third reading.
I call government bills for third reading.
Would you please call Bill number 256, the Patient Access to Care Act?
I call Bill 256, the Patients to Care Act. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be brief. The Liberal caucus will be supporting this bill with cautious optimism. We did hear from a number of presenters at Law Amendments the other day who had some, I think, fair expressions of concern with respect to the potential ease in which healthcare professionals from other jurisdictions could be approved, stating perspectives around patient safety, which is ultimately paramount. The lack of definition around good standing for the entry of professionals from outside our jurisdiction. Another notable thing, we had a number of healthcare providers very humbly state that though they were trained to do certain things, they were not best suited to do those things and couldn't actively do them. So we do want to encourage that whatever next steps take place, that it's done with the interest of ensuring capacity of the healthcare professionals that are coming into our province. We believe that the removal of the requirements around sick notes is valuable and certainly creates an opportunity for physicians to focus on other things and patients that truly need the attention. And other than that, I wish the government good luck as they attempt to expedite these processes in a way that maintains patient safety and bolsters the healthcare system. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to rise and speak briefly to this bill. You know, since I started on the doorsteps in Halifax Citadel, Sable Island, people have shared their deep, deep fears about the state of our healthcare system. And in my writing, that includes patients and parents and children and siblings and healthcare professionals. And I don't think there's a day that goes by when I go out canvassing, even now, that I don't talk to a nurse, a family doctor, specialist, and often ER specialists. And they're all deeply concerned about the state of the healthcare system and how they can do their work. And they are engaged in this conversation day to day. They're also engaged in formal ways through regulatory bodies. So I was deeply disappointed to learn that this legislation was developed without any consultation with the regulatory bodies, not even with the network that's conveniently available to speak on behalf of the regulatory bodies. So it's not like the government had to go out and speak to a whole bunch of people. They actually could have spoken to, you know, one executive director who is charged with being able to represent the views of healthcare professionals in this province. So, you know, perhaps that was an oversight. You know, they just weren't thinking. But then everybody came to law amendments, and I sat through part of law amendments, and everyone came and said exactly the same thing, that they, like us, support legislation that makes it easier for the healthcare system to work and to function. They spoke to their current frustration with the current legislative process. However, unanimously, they also pointed out their deep concerns with the with the legislation as proposed. And they proposed amendments that would bring it into line with what they would have said had they have been consulted in the first place. And even with that, even with the helping hand, and I would say gracious testimony of folks at Law Amendments, this government has chosen to disregard the professional advice of all of the regulatory bodies of all of the health professionals in Nova Scotia. And it's just, it's like hard to fathom this a stubborn approach to legislation. We, of course, were very happy to see the provisions around sick leave, that remains really important to us. But it's just really hard. It's not possible to support a piece of legislation that is flawed in process and currently flawed in content. And so we won't be supporting this bill.
I see that there is no more. Would all those in favor of... Oh. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Healthcare, or to recognize you to close debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for their very thoughtful comments. So, as we've said, our government is very committed to improving access to care for Nova Scotians, and we've demonstrated this through many ways, and this legislation is enabling legislation to further our mandate to do that. We want safe and effective care in our province. This is no way introduced to lower the bar in any way of the standards of care. We know that our colleges, our regulatory bodies, and our regulated healthcare professionals have their own requirement to ensure that they follow their colleges and their standards of practice and code of ethics. So we value the expertise of the 21 regulators, and we look forward to consulting with them as we develop regulations as outlined in the bill. And I now move, Madam Chair, that we close debate on Bill 256, the Patient Access to Care Act.
Would all those in favor of the... There has been a call for a recorded vote. We will have a short recess. The bells will ring until we're satisfied.
Record.
Order. Oh. We remain in recess. Order. Order. I now recognize the clerk for a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Masland.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Carla McFarland.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie. Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Patricia Arrett.
Yes.
Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam.
Yes.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc. And Fred Tilley. The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 35, nays 7.
The motion is carried.
Bill 256, an act to reduce administrative barriers to the provision of health care.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call private and local bills for second reading? Bills for second reading.
What?
Private and local bills.
Private and local bills for second reading.
Would you please call Bill number 292, an act to incorporate Mount St. Vincent University Student Union?
Call Bill 292, an act to incorporate Mount St. Vincent University Student Union and an act to amend. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to speak very briefly to second reading on Bill 292. I am pleased to rise in the House today to present these amendments to the Act incorporating Mount St. Vincent University's Student Association. It's a housekeeping bill. When the Act was incorporated in 1970, it definitely doesn't reflect what the university is today. So the amendments that were made here were to update it and to make those changes, make it more reflective to the student body. But I can't get up and talk about the Mount without talking about my mom. And I don't tend to talk about my parents too much in this chamber, usually because I don't want to cry. But I lost both of them in 2012, and they were actually the reason why I decided to run for public office. And their sense of community, their sense of giving and giving of your time, giving of your talents, giving of your treasure to those who are in need was something that was instilled in myself and my brother and my sisters from the time we were born. But the second thing was education and the importance of learning. And so I'm actually a generational alumni of Mount St. Vincent University. My mom graduated from there in the late 1950s with a Bachelor of Political Science as well as an education degree. And she was actually the first Lebanese young lady in our community to graduate from university. And yeah. So she was a lifelong learner. My dad as well. My dad came here from Lebanon in the 1950s, was illiterate in English, was fluent in Arabic, but came here and literacy was important to him, education was important to him, and they instilled that in us kids. And so representing the Mount in the legislature has always been a very special thing for me. It's my favorite place to go. It's my favorite place to be. Oh, you're not supposed to have favorites, but here we go. The secret's out. But it's a special university with a really special student body, and their sense of community and giving back is evident as well. And so even though this bill might not be overly symbolic, it's more just to keep the legislation in step with the school itself. It is a pleasure for me to be able to rise and bring that in for them. And with that, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park to close debate.
I move to close debate on second reading of Bill 292.
Thank you. The motion is for second reading of Bill number 292. An act to incorporate Mount St. Vincent University Student Union, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the clerk.
Oh. Sorry. Bill 292, an act to amend Chapter 141 of the Acts of 1970, an act to incorporate Mount St. Vincent University Student Union.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee of Law, to the Committee of Private and Local Bills. I would like to recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Tuesday, April the 11th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11 p.m. Business will include third reading of Bills 262, 273, 279. Thank you, and I hope everyone, an estimate, sorry. Hope everyone has a really nice Easter weekend.
I know I'm holding everyone up here. So moved that the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, April 11th from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. So adjourned. Oh, sorry. All those in favor say yay. Contrary-minded? It is passed. So we stand adjourned.